Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome.
All right. Looks like we're live.
We are live. See this. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Let us know where you're watching from, where you're tuning in from. We'd love to know just kind of where in the country, where in the world you guys are. We've seen some comments already. So, yeah, we so appreciate you joining us today. Our goal is to just, fill your mind with actionable knowledge, right? It's, we do educate, but we want you to be able to take action with everything we talk about today. So we're really excited to dive in. We know you're going to get a ton of value today. And really, we want to hang out with everyone here. So let us know where you're tuning in from.
Awesome. We got Chicago, Atlanta, Ohio, Canada, Saskatchewan. There we go.
There we go.
We got Farouk in the house.
Yeah. What's up, Daniel?
Montana.
Williams.
Alabama.
Hello from Ohio.
All places you can wholesale.
Yes. Yeah. A lot of places we've done deals, and we have students doing deals out there. So yeah, we love it. And we know you're going to get a lot of tangible strategies today, a lot of tips, and really just kind of peek over the shoulder as we implement some of our favorite strategies to find deals in today's market. A lot of what we do here is wholesaling, but this is really going to apply whether you're looking to buy your next deal for fix and flip, whether you're a real estate agent looking to add more value to your clients and really start working with investors, or if you're just brand new and looking to get to your first 10, 20K a month, this is going to really open up some eyes and really just share a lot of what we do here at Real Estate Skills in this live format. So this is our first YouTube live. So we're really excited to hang out with you all and really just, try this format out. So, if you guys like it, let us know. But, why don't we just dive in?
Yeah, let's get started.
Excellent.
Get into the Wholesale Real Estate course we got today.
Yes.
We're going to go deep too.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly how long it's going to be, but it might be a couple hours, 3-4 hours. We're going deep today.
Yeah. We're going to leave no stone unturned. Yeah. We're going to be here as long as it takes to deliver the message. If we even just help one person close a deal, someone, in our audience right now, like we've done our job. So we're going to, answer questions, feel free to ask questions along the way. We do have a presentation. So I feel like it'd be the best way to communicate some of our models or systems and really the message just through the visuals too. So, so we did prepare something for you guys too. So let's just go ahead and dive right into that.
Let's do it.
Perfect, guys. Well, again, welcome. Today's main topic is what we call the MLS offer system. So this is really the bread and butter of what we do here at Real Estate Skills. At our real estate investing businesses, it's how Alex and I have been acquiring the majority of our deals throughout the past, 10, 15 years of being real estate investors and, even real estate agents. And, ultimately, this is the number one acquisition source that has resulted in the majority of our profits and the majority of our deals that we've done, as well as what we teach our students. So this is truly, the fastest way to get a deal that we know. It's the fastest way that we teach our students, to close wholesale deals, whether it's their first deal or whether they're experienced investors and are just looking to add more volume to their pipeline. So, this is a really great visual, that Alex put together, some time ago that is that high level overview of this system. So a lot of people kind of know what the MLS is, and there's a huge difference between having access to the MLS or going on Zillow, going on Redfin, and what we're going to teach today.
Yeah.
Right. There's a huge difference. And there's a reason why we call it the MLS offer system, right? This is a system to leverage what pretty much everyone here has at their fingertips, right? If you're tuning in to this live broadcast, then you pretty much have everything you need to be successful in this business.
Yep.
And so really we're trying to help bridge that gap between you not closing consistent deals every month and ultimately getting to that point and being confident in your ability to do so.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Ryan. And a lot of people think they know about on-market properties or working with agents or the multiple listing service. And, we always like to say, okay, well, if you know about it, how many deals a month are you getting from it? And a lot of people say they know the MLS or, hey, they know how to get deals from there, but they're not getting deals from there consistently and haven't been doing it for 10 or 15 years. So today we're going to break down the system behind it, because the reality is any way you want to acquire deals, it does work. It just requires a system and consistency in order to make it work. So that's what we've broken down with the MLS. And like Ryan mentions, how we get a majority of deals today and when we got started 15 years ago. So the opposite side, besides going after on market, and why Ryan mentioned it's the fastest way to be able to get a deal, is because when a house is listed on the market, it is active for sale. That seller is already motivated. They want to sell their house. You can literally get that property under contract today. You can wholesale that. You can fix and flip that. Or if it's, if you got the right price, if you're in a good market, you can invest in that property as a buy and hold deal. So the alternative to working on market is going to be off the market, which does work too, but you're going to have to invest money into off-market strategies when you do that. You're going to be doing PPC, spending several $1,000s per month at least. You're going to be doing direct mail, or you're going to be spending a lot of your time driving for dollars and then sending mailers, or spending a lot of time cold calling. So the alternatives, they're out there. A lot of people that we work with are trying those alternatives. Maybe they're trying the alternatives. They're going off market. They're trying to get deals for, we'll bring up Lee in here. He was trying for 4 years to get a deal, didn't get a deal. And then, pretty quickly working on the MLS offer system, was able to get his first wholesale deal. So a lot of people out there are struggling or investing money into off-market strategies because that's all they know of. So today, what we want to do is create this awareness around the MLS offer system. And we can talk about this probably for 40 hours. It might be around 4 hours today, but we're going to go as deep as we can into each step and break it down so you can take action with these steps. That's the whole entire point of this. Like Ryan mentioned, if we change just one life today, if you're able to pick and pull just one golden nugget from this, you're going to be able to probably start making $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month, because we've just seen it happen time and time again. And that's just when we're strictly talking about wholesaling.
Absolutely. Yeah. And a lot of, our audience, a lot of our content, is around wholesaling, because it is really the fastest way to monetize in real estate. It's the fastest way to make money in real estate, because you don't need a license. You don't need money to invest in the deal. You don't even have to buy the property, and you can really get started with almost no overhead whatsoever using this specific system, right? If you're going down the off-market paid marketing path, you're going to need thousands of dollars a month to spend before you even maybe get a deal. But with our system, you can, it's the quickest way to make cash in real estate, no license needed. But this, like I said, this is also an acquisition system. If you're looking to buy properties for your own portfolio, if you're building rentals, I bought many rentals directly using this system that I still own today, and have made me pretty wealthy just through those deals. It's also great for fix and flip properties. We're going to show you a lot of examples today of our students, of people who are just using this to buy deals, fix them up, and then sell them for much bigger profits typically than what you make on a wholesale. So, this is perfect for whatever exit strategy you're looking for. So this is truly an acquisition system. And so we're not going to go into every single step of this, because we could be here for, probably three, 4 days nonstop. But that is what we do have: very detailed training. We have coaching around this. So if you want to get even more granular, if there's steps you didn't miss, of course, let us know in the comments what questions you have. If you guys are watching the replay later, this will be published live on our YouTube channel. So leave comments as well, so we know what questions you have throughout this training, and so we can create some more follow-up content, or we can share more about what we do on the inside too. So this is the main topic today, guys. It's the MLS offer system, and this can lead to deals just like it did for Robert, right? Robert's our student who came in here. He's from Central California. I think he's actually in San Diego as well, where we're headquartered. So yeah, he came in here, closed his very first wholesale deal, and made $20,000 of profit. He's been in our program for a couple of months now, so it didn't even take that long. So
no prior real estate experience, nothing like that. Never done a deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he came in here. He actually showed up to our coaching calls. He showed up in the community on a consistent basis. So that's what we really see is the difference. It's people who show up, put in the work, and leverage the tools that we're able to provide as well. So not only did he make a $20,000 wholesale fee, he followed that up with buying his first fix and flip. So again, he actually came to our office, and we hung out with him because he's local. And so Alex was hanging out, like going really deep on his first flip. And so he's in the middle of rehabbing this property, doing construction on this property. So yeah, here's a little pic of Robert with us hanging out at the office. That's Peter, our head coach here as well. So yeah, just wanted to kind of share what this can lead to, right? What this information that we're talking about can ultimately do for you as well, right? And for someone who's been doing this even longer, right? Our student Daniel, he's been working at this for years, right? Using this exact same process. He recently shared that he's closed over 100 deals right from the MLS. So a lot of people, since we've been in this business, they say you can't find deals on the MLS, but that's fine. Let them say that, because that's more for us, right? Yep. That's more for our students like Daniel, who's done over 100 transactions. He primarily focuses on fix and flips and midterm rentals. And so he shared that he closed over 100 deals, all on market and with real estate agents. He did close one off market that he shared, but it wasn't even his best deal. So, and then just a few days ago, I think, right now it's November 12th, November 7th, he closed on his latest fix and flip. It was on the MLS. If you guys see here, this is what he posted in our community. It was listed at $650,000. Okay. It was reduced once. So they reduced price once, and then he bought it for $500,000, right? $150,000 under the listing price. And he immediately got an appraisal on the property for $700,000. So it's probably an as improved appraisal. So sometimes they can factor in improvements, but he basically is getting a $200,000 discount to the improved value. So great deal. He's planning on turning it into a midterm rental, but he might flip it. So he's got multiple options, which is something that we always recommend.
And we're sharing this right now too. I mean, not to brag, we're very excited about our students and happy for them, but wanted to share Robert, someone who came here and knew next to nothing about real estate, has closed his first deal. He has another wholesale deal under contract as well, and then is on his first fix and flip already pretty darn quickly. And then also, if you've been in the space for a while, there are people that say there aren't deals on the MLS. Wanted to share Daniel right there, because that's 100 transactions from the MLS he's done. That's a legitimate amount of transactions to show you what is possible on there. We didn't doctor these or anything like this. These are real life students we work with every single week, doing deals every single week. So you can see that. And then also wanted to show Daniel's post of him acquiring that deal $150,000 below the list price. All right. There's a lot of people, when they think about the MLS or an on-market property, that the price that a house is listed for sale, that you have to buy it at that price. And that's not true. It's like anything on Craigslist.com. If you want to buy something for sale on Craigslist, a motorcycle, a couch, whatever it is, you don't have to buy at the price that's listed. You can negotiate. And that's what we've been doing for years. And so if you've had those beliefs about the MLS, we first want to break those beliefs, because those are the beliefs that can hold someone back. There are no deals on the MLS. That's going to be true if you believe that. Oh, I can't get deals below list price. That's going to be true if you can't believe that. But every single day, every single week, ourselves and our students are getting deals like that on the MLS. And that's the big opportunity here that we want to unlock for you.
Absolutely. And in order to get deals, you have to submit offers.
Yeah.
Right? I always tell our students, I always tell our community, if you're not making any offers, you're not making any deals. All right. So that's why we are covering the MLS offer system, because you have to be making offers. So, by the end of this presentation, we're going to be making an offer and show you actually how to get to that point of submitting a quality written offer, which is what this is all about. And then eventually doing that at scale. So again, Daniel, this is his property. Very nice bones. You can see the kitchen's outdated. So prime investment opportunity. And then we have Landon, right? Landon came to us again with no experience in real estate. He had some sales experience doing solar, insurance, and really tried a lot of different things. I think he was trying drop shipping at the same time. Yeah. So, just kind of going in a lot of different directions and ultimately not really seeing that success that he wanted. And so, he joined our program. He's in South Carolina. He virtually wholesaled his first deal in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. So again, property that he's never been to, that he's never seen, and, followed our process and ultimately netted a $20,000 fee. I think there's some expenses. So I think he netted about $18,000 on his first deal. So pretty awesome, pretty exciting. We're really happy for him. And, he followed that up with several other deals under contract, working those. And then we have Lee, Alex kind of mentioned Lee earlier. Really awesome story here. Lee is in Columbus, Ohio. I know we have Ohio in the house as well. So, he's a licensed real estate agent. And he also is working another job in healthcare, to kind of just, pay the bills, make ends meet. And so he wasn't really having a ton of success as a licensed agent. He even dabbled into wholesaling, kind of even before meeting us and working with us. And he shared that he had 3 deals under contract, but they ultimately fell through because he didn't really have a proven process, structured guidance. And so, that's ultimately when he came to us for some help and just kind of like needed to see the big picture, needed a better way. So, this is his post he shared, I think it was like last week, that he closed his very first wholesale deal in 6 weeks, from starting working this process. And, he netted $4,665, right to his bank, didn't have to split it with the broker, didn't use his license in the transaction. And, what I love about this deal, and we were talking about this earlier, was that here's a picture of the property. You guys can see this. This is a $56,000 sales price, right? Ohio is a ton of, affordable properties, you might say, inexpensive properties. So, $56,000, right? If he used his real estate license and earned a commission on that deal, he would have, and let's say he represented both sides, right? Buyer and seller, full 6% commission, he still wouldn't have made this much.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not even considering the broker split. So his fee on this deal was about 8.3% of the purchase price. So if he earned a 3% commission representing either side, and let's say we factor in a modest 80-20 broker split, he would have only netted $1,344. So by wholesaling this deal as an agent, instead of being the agent in the transaction, he actually made 3 times the amount of money to him versus if he used his license and earned a commission. Yeah. So, real estate agents, listen up. Like this is really powerful. And I think especially in these price points, you have to sell so many houses as an agent to actually make a decent living. So if you're in this price point, the Ohio, I know we have Ohio in the house. If you're in, Missouri, if you're in like some of these other states that are, lower price points and you're an agent, this training is definitely for you. So we've also got Raymond. So he just closed a deal in Missouri. Raymond, I was talking to him on Monday of this week. He's really stoked about this deal, made $28,000 on an assignment. He's a great negotiator. He owns multiple businesses, but he's just looking for obviously more income opportunities. So, just another win. He's actually in Northern California and the deal's in Missouri. So this whole system can be worked virtually on your laptop, really without even leaving your home if you don't want to. So that's really, one of the great things about this business. So guys, who is this for, right? Who's this presentation for? It's for experienced investors, people who are doing deals, who are already in real estate, who understand the business, right? If you're actively doing deals, but you want to tremendously increase your pipeline and actually get a consistent stream of new opportunities for your business without having to spend thousands of dollars on marketing or hundreds of hours a month cold calling sellers that frankly just don't want to hear from you, then this is for you, right? This system can tremendously increase the volume that you're doing in your business, whether you're wholesaling, flipping, or buying rentals.
And with that too, a lot of experienced investors come and work with us because they are spending the $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month in marketing. And they are paying sometimes $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 just to acquire a deal. They're spending that money in marketing to acquire one deal. So when you can acquire deals from the MLS where it doesn't cost you anything in marketing, you're virtually cutting your cost to acquire a deal in half. And what that does for your business as a whole, it makes your business a lot healthier. So not only the consistent deal flow, but you're cutting your acquisition cost to acquire deals to zero. But overall, if you have a 50-50 split between deals you get from marketing and the MLS, it virtually cuts it in half. So that's huge for the active investor already investing in marketing today.
Totally. Yeah. It makes it more profitable, more healthy business, diversified acquisition streams. So, definitely take note for the experienced investors. But this is also for new investors, right? New investors who are, looking to make their first, $10,000 to $20,000 per month, right? This system is, we've been in the industry for quite some time and we've looked at a lot of different methods to acquire deals. Obviously, we're investors. We always are looking to do more deals and fill our pipeline. So this truly is the straightest line path to making your first $10,000 to $20,000. in real estate investing without the marketing costs, without the cold calling, or like I said, without leaving your house, right? You can do this at home with a laptop, solid internet connection. If you're tuning into this broadcast, you have what it takes to start this business, right? And we want to help you actually grow it and be profitable with it.
And the reason why, a lot of off-market strategies, they involve cold calling. You're cold calling homeowners who aren't interested in selling their house. The difference about the MLS we need to understand is we're going to be speaking with real estate agents, but they're as incentivized as you to close this deal that's on the market that you're calling on. A real estate agent only gets paid if the deal is closed. So a real estate agent, they're going to pick up the random phone numbers that call them. They essentially get paid to pick up random phone numbers. They're selling a house. It's their job. They have fiduciary duty to pick up these phone numbers. When you're calling a random homeowner at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, they're going to tell you to kick rocks or not even pick up your phone or, click ignore because you're calling them from a random phone number. So the big difference here is that on the MLS, we're making warm and hot phone calls to agents that are in charge of these distressed deals, in charge of working with motivated sellers. So it's a big distinction. I think we need to understand if we haven't started this strategy yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Real estate agents are marketing properties. So we have every right to be the buyer and buy their listings, right? But like we've kind of touched on briefly, this is also for real estate agents and brokers. I think there's so many real estate agents out there, a lot of people that come to us, a lot of people that we talk to, on really a daily basis that are struggling out there. They're struggling to get listings. They're struggling to do things their traditional way that most brokerages teach, right? That most real estate education out there, provides. So, this is for real estate agents and brokers, who want to make more money in less time and doing less work at the end of the day, by wholesaling and ultimately fixing and flipping properties and then acquiring rentals as well to build wealth, right? Most real estate agents and brokers, unfortunately, don't buy what they sell.
Yeah.
Right. So I want that for you. You guys are already sold on real estate as an industry. You see how lucrative it is. You see the opportunities. You have access to your local database of all the properties. You probably have a lot of connections, a lot of conversations. So there's a few tweaks that we can really help you make in your day-to-day in your business and really just kind of open up a whole new world of opportunity here. Just like we kind of showed you with Lee earlier with one of our students who was able to make, 3 times the amount of money on that deal. And something I like to, remind and kind of enlighten our agent students is like, the amount of work and time and effort it goes in to close one retail transaction. Okay. I think there's a stat that we looked up the other day. It takes about 10 to 15 showings in order for a traditional client to make an offer on a property. One offer. Okay. And that's not even an accepted offer. Okay. So how many showings does it take you real estate agents to ultimately get a deal closed with one client, right? And I'm talking just a traditional client, that's, 95% of what most real estate agents are working with, homeowners that are buying and selling a primary residence, usually every 5 to 7 years, right? If that. These days, homeowners are not moving as much, but if there are agents out there, I'd love to hear, how many showings does it usually take to close that deal? But so if you think about it, if you want to close 20 to 30 deals in a year with retail clients, that's 20 to 30 individual clients that you have to work with. But when you work with investors, you might work with one investor that closes 20 to 30 deals per year.
Yeah.
So you have one client, and guess what? They don't even need to see the property,
Yeah.
which is incredible. They don't need to see the house. They don't care how the kitchen looks. They're going to rip it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, that's what we mean by like working smarter, not harder. So that's kind of, a good example of how working with investors, working this model can, increase your business as an agent, but then also, we want you to also see the opportunity as wholesaling and earning commissions, right? You can earn a wholesale fee plus a commission. So this is something that we feel like is common sense sometimes. And we just have to remind ourselves, like, not everybody knows this.
Yeah.
So
that's a big unlock. Like if you're a real estate agent or broker and you've only worked with retail clients, just working with an investor client is going to save you a lot of time. But now you can earn a buyer's commission plus a wholesale fee on top of that. And now you're making twice as much or even more from from one transaction. Mm-hmm. And we all have the same 168 hours in a week. You can't create more time, but you can do better with the time that you have. You can be more efficient. So if you're already doing deals every single week or every single month, how do you make more money from that particular deal? You're already doing a ton of the work. Adding wholesaling or even fixing and flipping, you're going to make a larger profit fixing and flipping. Adding these tools to your tool belt are going to allow you to increase your income, and a lot of times even 3x it if you're an agent, without having to do necessarily more deals.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. We want to help you be the principal in these transactions, because that's truly where the wealth is created. That's where the real money is made, when you are the buyer, and sometimes when you are the seller as well. So we definitely want to help the agents and brokers, become the principal and not just the agent all the time. Right. And we see a lot of agents and brokers spend decades working for other people, being the agent on the transaction, but never actually be the buyer or the seller, maybe besides their primary residence. But there's a whole new world of investing, that we really want to help you guys unlock. So, yeah, real estate agents, we're happy to have you here. We're really excited. And who are we? All right. We're Real Estate Skills, guys. We're Real Estate Skills, and we help real estate investors start and grow and scale hyper profitable real estate investing businesses using the MLS as their primary lead acquisition source. We as a company, Alex and I, in our own companies, we've been wholesaling and fixing and flipping and acquiring rental properties with those profits, for over the past decade, while using the MLS as our primary acquisition source. And, for the past, 6-7 years, we've become the #1 real estate education company for teaching others as well how to get consistent deal flow using the MLS, using what we're going to be teaching today, which is the MLS offer system. So our mission is to leave no one behind in wealth creation, and we do have a moral obligation to do so. And, which is why we're here today.
Yeah.
We really want to help everybody here in our audience. So again, we appreciate you guys. We're really excited to be here with you all. But it's not just Alex and I, right? We, largely, Alex and I are on the channel, but we have a whole team behind us, so we just want to shout them out. We have some very talented individuals. We've got Tim here in the studio, who's our producer. We've got Tony over there in the corner in his office. We got some other folks here as well. And then we have a team remote. So sometimes this is a picture of us at our retreat. Sometimes we like to get together, this virtual environment, just to hang out and, just build our camaraderie and our culture. Here's a picture of our office. We're actually headquartered in San Diego, California, right by La Jolla, just pretty close to the water. So that's actually where we're at right now.
Yep. At the headquarters.
Yep. HQ, sunny San Diego. So we definitely pay the sunshine tax to be here, but we love it. And who's Real Estate Skills? We are also a community, right? Everybody here on the streaming, everybody here watching the replay, everybody in our audience, all of our students, we're all in this together, right? Like, you are also Real Estate Skills. So, we wouldn't be here without you. We're here to serve you. We're here to help you take action and really experience the power of real estate in your lives, in your family's lives, and really just sharing everything that we know for you guys. So, all the wins that we shared earlier, that's really what gets us out of bed. That's what gets us excited these days.
Yeah.
So we do appreciate each and every one of you. And so a little bit about Alex.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll jump in. So you guys might have seen me on the channel if you're here. Started Real Estate Skills with my co-founders here, Ryan, and then also Tony. And throughout the years, just how I got started, I just want to mention, I was 19, 20, didn't come from a family with a trust fund. And I knew that I needed to find a way to change my life, to change my family's life, to really create an income. And so when I was going to college, I was going to school, I was working the jobs, making minimum wage. This was 15 years ago. There wasn't YouTube University. There wasn't a lot of content out there on wholesaling, but was able to really study, read the books, get the content I could on it. In my first year, my team and I, we stumbled upon really the MLS and really systemizing what we're going to be talking about today. Just the first year alone was over 50 deals, over 50 wholesales and flips from the MLS. And before I found the MLS and this really developed this system, I was doing the door knocking. I was sending the letters. I was sending the direct mails, going down, getting the probate list from downtown at the assessor's office. I was doing everything that a lot of people today tell you to do to try and get consistent deal flow. But once I found the MLS and got that unlock, literally the first deal I ever called on the MLS, I got that property under contract. That one didn't work out, but it was one day of work to get a property under contract. And at that time, I'd spent months on these other strategies, these other off-market strategies without getting one property under contract. So that really spurred me on to be like, how far can we take this? You know, how deep can this go? So since then, been involved in hundreds of transactions throughout the years. When I was getting started, people were asking us, how the heck do you do what you do? One of the big reasons why we created Real Estate Skills, you know, real estate changed my life. Specifically, starting with wholesaling changed my life. Since then, we've been wholesaling, flipping, investing in the cash flowing rental properties. And now, yeah, we mentor hundreds of people, help thousands of people get started in real estate. And we got a pretty big portfolio, you know, together a lot of deals, but several hundred units now. So what we always try to encourage is, yes, making active income wholesaling. Yes, making active income, learning how to wholesale and fix and flip. But we always encourage you to build true wealth and reinvest those profits, reinvest the money that you get into buy and hold deals, into rental properties. I mean, today, yeah, we own a huge office building over in Kansas City. We own a couple apartment buildings, hundreds of units. And that's what we want to encourage you to do. Understand that this is a stepping stone and there's a path there. There's an evolution of a real estate investor that if you just get started with wholesaling, you're going to build upon your own experience. You're going to learn how to make money in real estate. You're going to learn what are good deals, what are bad deals. And when you're ready to invest that money back into real estate, you're going to make 10 times better decisions. You're going to be investing into good deals, investing in good markets because you're making this active income through real estate. So a little bit about me, a little bit of my story in there. Ryan, how about you share a little bit about you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. Little does everybody know, you know, Alex and I knew each other in college. Yeah. You know, we went to San Diego State together. You know, when I met Alex, he was, you know, president, you know, leadership at the Entrepreneur Society. You know, that's how we actually connected. And, you know, I didn't even know I wanted to do real estate back then. I was doing some property management in college, like back in 2011. But yeah, really my introduction to Alex was he was always a go-getter. He was always entrepreneurial, starting, you know, companies. And, you know, he had pretty much like introduced real estate and house flipping and wholesaling like to me in my life. And so, yeah, I've always just had a really, you know, sharp impression of him. And, you know, like, look at us now. Now we're business partners and, you know, doing all these deals and really just, you know, building real estate skills together. So, yeah, really just, yeah, honored to know you. A little bit about, you know, my story. You know, once I left college, I got a job at PepsiCo, right? Fortune 50 company doing sales. I always knew I wanted to do sales because that's just such a great skill to have in business and life. You always got to sell yourself, but you know, living that corporate grind, you know, Alex even saw me like the 12-hour days coming home, just exhausted, you know, on Sundays, just dreading the week ahead, just have this feeling in my stomach at my pit, just like, I do not look forward to the week. So I was like, I knew I can't live my life like this, but you know, on paper, it was a great job. I think it was like $60,000 salary. So it was like pretty decent, kept me in San Diego. And, but I quickly learned within the first few months that this was not what I was destined to do. So, you know, really just out of that desperation and really just trying to find another way, it lit a fire in me to find another way, find a better way. And so I started asking questions, you know, how do I build wealth, right? How do I actually build something meaningful and not necessarily have to take a huge risk of, you know, starting the next new Facebook or, you know, starting something that's risky. So, you know, long story short, all roads led to real estate and, you know, really just went all in and started buying properties and really just like never looked back. So, you know, that's led us here to, you know, I'm the COO here at Real Estate Skills. You know, over the past decade, have built a portfolio of rental properties, got into wholesaling, fixing and flipping, you know, because I ran out of cash and needed to generate that quick income. So acquisitions experience in 12 plus states. My rental portfolio is over 8 figures now across 5 states. So pretty diversified. You know, San Diego, Tennessee, Ohio, a couple other states. And so, yeah, over the years, I've just really specialized in acquisitions. Really, like what we're teaching today is all about acquisition. So I've done a lot of acquisitions, specifically underwriting. Got my start in property management, still do property management, leasing, turnovers, you know, property renovations, and also capital structures, JV partnerships, private equity investments in real estate. So really just creative funding structures, on the private equity side, on the lending side as well. And then, rehabbing, have built some ground up properties here in San Diego. But I'm also a real estate agent, licensed real estate agent for about 9 years now. And, still hold my license, so still active, and have represented buyers, sellers, listed properties, mainly on the investment side, but, really just help friends and family. I'm really more of an investor first, but there's a lot of benefits to having your license and working the strategy, as we'll really get into today. So, that's a bit about my background. And then over the years, I've just trained, have the privilege to train a lot of investors, through our Reach Here Real Estate Skills. So a couple quotes, as we really dive into the meat of today's presentation. Quotes we like: the best investment on earth is Earth.
Yep. Right.
They're not making another Earth. So I know they're trying to colonize Mars, but Mars ain't Earth. Okay. The best time to buy real estate was 30 years ago. The next best time is now. Okay. You can pretty much put any number of years ago, but it's just a good reminder to get started and, buy now and wait, right? Time is the most valuable part of the buy and hold equation. Right?
Yeah. And we say this, we were joking earlier. We say this every single week. We have people ask us, when should I get into real estate? And so we always say this line, whether it's 30 years ago, 20 years ago, the next best time is right now. There's always distressed deals on the market. There's always people going through tough times. There's always deals out there. In an up or down market, however you think the economy is, there's always real estate deals out there. The best way to get started is to just get started and get involved. You're not going to be able to time the market. We're talking about Warren Buffett, right? Warren Buffett doesn't say, hey, I'm just going to work on stocks in 5 years. He's always working on stocks. He's always investing into companies and investing into stock. It's not like he's trying to time the market. He's finding good deals and investing into those. It's the same exact thing with us in real estate.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, truly real estate has been, the historically the most proven asset class, truly, when you consider, the appreciation of the market, but also leverage and, a lot of other things that we'll unpack, and so really just to kind of prove the point of buying and holding and really what can happen when you buy real estate and wait, wanted to just throw it back to my first property, right? My first purchase. I think everybody remembers their first time, right?
Everyone, yeah. Tim's still trying to forget his, I think.
Yeah. But
their first deal. Yeah.
But everybody remembers their first deal, right? So this was my first deal. This was over in Tennessee, and just me looking all excited in front of this property. So this was acquired using this exact system that we're going through today. So, working this model, this is really just the power of one deal. Again, I've been in the industry since 2011 doing some property management, but this was the first deal that I actually bought and owned on my own. So I still own this property today. Still, hold, like one of those deals that I just buy and hold forever. So here are the numbers. I'll just kind of rifle it off really quickly. This was the year one assumptions, right? This was the mindset going into this deal in 2015. These were the numbers that I was good with. And keep in mind, I didn't really have a lot of cash back then. So this was my entire life savings, right? At that time, went into this one property. And so the purchase price, $155,000, 20% down, used a 30-year fixed rate mortgage. So my cash out of pocket was around $31,000 for that down payment, borrowed the rest on a mortgage. So the rent, the day one rent was $1,300 per month, about $15,600 per year. And so after all expenses, right, we've got the mortgage, the taxes, insurance and maintenance, as well as property management, right? So again, I'm in San Diego, this property's in Tennessee. I didn't really do anything with this property other than underwrite it and buy it. And I have someone else managing it. So I'm truly the investor on it, but I own 100%. So the cash flow going into this is $366 a month, just shy of $4,400 per year, right? This is the actual net cash flow that comes to me as the owner after just sitting on this property for 12 months. So compared to the down payment, we call this a cash on cash return. So the cash flow, about $4,400 compared to the $31,000 down payment, it's a over 14% cash on cash return, right? That's the yield, which alone is actually pretty great. You know, that's comparable to what the stock market does on an annual basis, more or less. So pretty satisfactory, but wait, there's more, right? Real estate is a multi-dimensional asset class. And what that means is that there are other ways that real estate works for you, right? Your capital gets to work for you. And that's truly what being an investor is all about. So not only did this property cash flow at about 14% per year in the actual cash yield, there's also a tenant paying down the mortgage every single month. When I'm making that payment, that loan is being reduced by, $100, $200, every single month. So that first year is about $2,200. That loan got paid down. There's also tax savings through depreciation, through deductions that you can take just from owning the property. So that was about another 5, almost 6% return in that first year. And, a lot of people say out-of-state properties don't appreciate, but this one certainly did. A lot of the deals we own have appreciated quite a bit, even if they're not in California. So this one, I think, was about 7 to 8% per year in appreciation, which amounted to about $12,400. So when you add all that up, it's almost $21,000, right? $20,814 in that first year. And remember, I put $31,000 into this deal. So I basically made a 67% return in year one. I mean,
1 year.
Tell me where else you can get that kind of return that is in a safe, stable, humble single family home like this, right? Like, we're not talking about crypto, or we're not talking about choosing stocks, that next hot stock that you hear about. Like, this is just stable, conservative investing where year one, this makes sense. Okay. So, but that was in 2015, guys. So in year 9, right? This is almost exactly 10 years later. Now that I think about it, pretty sure I closed in like November, December of 2015. So, year 9, guys.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah. Thank you. Happy decade anniversary. Crazy. So year 9. All right. The rents are just shy of $1,900 a month. The mortgage hasn't changed. It's the same price since it's a 30-year fixed rate mortgage. Taxes went up a little bit. Insurance went up a little bit. And then the property management also goes up in correlation with the rent amount. So it's a little bit increase in the expenses, but now this property produces $844 a month in net income every single month. And annually, that's over $10,000 per year of net cash flow from this investment. And that's almost a 33% cash on cash return, right, guys? Like, you can see the math here. Every year, just in the cash flow alone, I'm getting a third back of the money that I put into it. Like, I will take that trade all day long, right? And this is why I put all of my investment capital in real estate, because of this. And again, this is just one house,
one deal,
right? We own hundreds of units at this point. And so, like, this is really the magic that I want you guys to see.
Yeah, and this is what when you're wholesaling, you're learning how to find these types of deals. You're going to see deals like this. And, one deal isn't always like absolutely amazing. I think one deal, 67% return is amazing. But what we always do as a company with our students, with ourselves, with our employees is we say, how many of these is it going to take to cover your monthly expenses so that you're then actually financially free? Because one of these properties, $800 a month is freaking fantastic. $10,000 a year is fantastic. But what can 10 of these do for you?
Right.
And that's super achievable. I mean, the down payment on this property is $30,000. You can make that in 1 month wholesaling real estate. And so we'd be doing a disservice if we didn't share what the heck do you do with that money that you then make? Because you're just going to burn that capital. You're going to lose it to inflation if you're not investing it the right way. Or you're going to put it in the stock market and maybe get a 10% return when you can invest it back into real estate, the product, the thing you already know, the thing you're already great at, and then have that money compound for you and make even more money. So that's the power here. That's a big unlock that I think a lot of us, when we want to get started in real estate, I know for me, I was first excited about wholesaling. I was excited about making that active income. And it wasn't until, I started making all this money, man, how do I lower my taxes? How do I make passive income? Because I'm working hard for this capital. And this is exactly how you can do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you might think, oh, that was 2015, but we still see deals like this today. So nothing's changed. There's always deals. We take the mindset that there's always opportunity, and we're always buyers for the right deal. So, But again, wait, there's more, right? So if you thought that was a lot, there's still more. So this property did appreciate, right? The value more than doubled. So this is a little snapshot of this estimate, worth about $320,000, just shy of that. Again, I bought it for $155, only put 20% down. So my down payment of $31,000 is now worth roughly $215,000, which is about like a 6x multiplier of that cash in the deal. So again, the loan has been paid down, the value has gone up. So that means my equity went from 31 to 215, right? And this is just a, again, boring old long-term rental, humble single family house in Tennessee. I don't ever see this property. I don't go there. I'm living my life here in San Diego and, investing in these smart deals. So we want to help you guys do the same thing. And if you're not in that spot yet, if you don't have that capital, like, guess what? I ran out of capital right after this deal, right? I was like, hey, dude, I want to do more of this. How can I do that? How can I do it faster, right? It took me that whole year and even years before that to save up that money. So I get it. It's hard to get that first down payment. But, my mind went to how can I generate that cash as quickly as possible? And that's what led me to being an active wholesaler and an active fix and flipper. Right. So that's ultimately the mindset that, just like what Alex was saying, like I had that same mindset. That's why we get along so well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, it's all about creating that active income and then rolling into passive income investments like that. Quick disclaimer, guys, not every deal is going to do that. Not every deal is going to be profitable. Real estate has risk. We are educators. We are investors. We're not attorneys. Yeah. We're not accountants, right? This is education, but it's changed our lives, and we hope it does the same for you. And just wanted to give you that quick disclaimer. So let's get into the MLS offer system. All right.
Yeah, and as we get in here, we're going to go behind the scenes. We're going to have some engagement, going to see where we can find some of these deals as well. Show you how to find these deals. But yeah, Ryan, start from the top down.
Yep. So really where we start with the MLS offer system, like our methodology, our philosophy is you always start with the end in mind. Okay. And so if you can see here, we have a necessary component. I know it might be a little bit small, but it says, the first step is to have 3 to 5 quality cash buyers. Okay. We start with cash buyers.
Yep.
Yeah. And so we have a ton of amazing content. We on our YouTube channel, you guys might've seen it already. If not, definitely subscribe, definitely check out the library. We can show you how to find cash buyers online. We can show you how to find them in minutes. We have a lot of different resources that can help you do so. And even how to talk to cash buyers, right?
Yep.
I've recorded myself calling brand new buyers for the first time, talking to them and building that relationship. So the importance of this is really camping out on this step until you do have some vetted quality buyers, because all it really takes is 1 or 2 really strong buyers, and you build that relationship with them, and they're going to buy the majority of your deals.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, necessary component, right? When we're wholesaling, that's your exit strategy, to wholesale to these cash buyers. So a lot of people get excited about wholesaling. They skip this step. You may do all these steps right, but if you don't have a cash buyer to unload the deal to, you're going to have to cancel that contract and you're not going to be able to monetize it. So you're going to do all this work for nothing, basically. Leave a lot of money on the table. So a huge component. We're not going to go deep into cash buyers today. Like Ryan mentioned, check out the YouTube channel, hit subscribe, just type in cash buyers or look at anything that has cash buyers in the title, and you're going to learn a ton about cash buyers and learn how to find these cash buyers pretty quickly. Now, it doesn't take months to find cash buyers. You don't need to find 1,000 cash buyers. We're very clear on finding 3 to 5 quality local cash buyers in your area that you plan on wholesaling. Goal is to find the best of the best wholesalers best of the best cash buyers. They're buying multiple deals every single month. What's true for us is that the majority of our deals that we've ever wholesaled happen to be to a small handful of cash buyers. It's not because we have a list of 1,000 cash buyers. It's because we have 3 to 5 super high quality cash buyers. We're on a first name basis with them. So it's absolutely a necessary component before we start putting these deals under contract.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think a lot of newer wholesalers especially tend to not take enough time on the step. They call someone that, using one of our methods, they're calling. And then the second they talk to someone who has a pulse and says that they buy real estate, that's when the conversation ends. And then they move on to the next step, right? That's where you get in trouble. That's when you you start doing deals that you don't really have any business of getting into, right? So part of our process of talking to these buyers is not just connecting with them, right? Not just getting their phone number and the fact that they have a pulse and that they buy real estate. You really need to get to know their criteria and what exactly they're buying, right? Where they're buying, what types of deals they're buying, what price points they're buying, right? What resale values they're comfortable with. And ultimately, what's their capacity? How many deals are they looking to do? How do they fund their deals? What kind of profit do they want in these deals, right? Are they fixing and flipping? Are they developing properties? Are they buying and holding? What's their strategy? So the more clear you are on their exit strategy, the better wholesaler that you're going to be, right? So a lot of what we're going to cover today and why we say this is an acquisition system is you're never going to be a good wholesaler unless you understand the exit strategies, right? You have to think like the end buyer. You have to look at deals like the end buyer. So the majority of cash buyers that we work with or that we suggest you work with when you're starting out are fix and flippers, right? Buy, fix, and sell. So our process today is going to be mainly focused on that type of exit strategy. And again, if you're watching this and you're like, hey, like I'm not wholesaling, I just want to get deals, then at this step, you want to define your exit strategy, period, right? You need to know what kind of deals you're going after. So you want to really define your buy box, right? Whether it's for someone else or if it's for yourself. So this is where you need to get ultra clear so that once you start generating leads through our process, then you're going to focus on the right leads and you don't waste your time on the wrong leads, right? So put in another way, right? This is our MLS offer system at a high level. We also like to share what we call the pro wholesaler process. So this is essentially a high level overview of what our process is here. So we already talked about finding and vetting at least 3 financing partners. And, we have a reason why we call them financing partners, but these are your cash buyers, right? And so there's a lot of details in between these steps, but we had to boil every step down. We had to condense it and distill it into 15 steps. This is really what it is at a high level. So if you're ever stuck, if you're ever unsure where you need to go, what do I do? Hey, I'm lost. I don't know what the next step is. We always like to just bring everyone back to this, because if you're like, hey, my cash buyers suck, they're not picking up my phone calls, I don't know what they buy, right? They told me they buy 50% of ARV minus repairs. Like, you're never going to get anywhere, right? So start with step 1, and there's no problem with camping out at step 1 and getting connected, right? Go to those RIA events, shake some hands, buy some coffees, buy some lunches, get really tight with those buyers in your market, because like that is going to make such a big difference, right? In your own knowledge of what's happening in your market, right? Get to know them really well. So, and then once you have that defined, then now we start to get access to the deals, right? That's when we want to get access to the MLS. That is your keys to the database of all of the transactions happening in your market. And once you do that, you want to get a proof of funds, which we will show you how to do a little bit later in the training. Get your proof of funds, which is the golden ticket, right? This is what you submit with every single offer to show that you have the capability of closing the deal. You actually have the funds to back up your offer, right? So if you don't have proof of funds, your offer is not going to be very strong. Then at that point, you want to find and filter leads from the MLS, which we're going to dive into in detail. We're actually going to show you how to do this in real time, some of our favorite strategies for finding the right opportunities, right? Probably 9 out of 10 of the deals on the MLS or the listings on the MLS, you're not going to want anything to do with, but it's the 5 to 10% that are the gold mine, right? So we're going to show you how to find and filter through the thousands of leads, sometimes tens of thousands of leads in your market, so that you can really find the gold between all of that. Once you have those leads, you're going to make discovery calls, right? Discovery calls are reaching out to the listing agents. And so we provide scripts, we provide training, coaching around exactly what to say, how to build rapport, how to build a relationship with these agents, so that they know that you're not just a faceless offer, right? And I think a lot of people might hear about the MLS offer system and think it's just about spitting out 100 offers a week and using some automated tool just to send out faceless offers and never even calling the agent. That's really how you build a terrible reputation in your market, right? That's not what we advise at all. So if you've heard that, it's definitely not from us. We take the approach of being a professional, of building a reputation in your market, being a true real estate professional, and building rapport with agents. These are agents who are talking to sellers. They're doing the off-market marketing. They're door knocking. They're sending mailers. So you want to be the first person they think of whenever they come across a listing or a property that the seller wants to sell, but they don't want to put it on the MLS. Or if they do, then you want them to call you with that information first, right? So that's how we get a lot of deals, is just by calling and building that pipeline of relationships with these agents. So we make discovery calls on listings and to agents, and then we analyze the property further, right? And this is what we're going to also walk it through today, step by step, how to figure out your wholesale offer price, right? How do you know what to offer as a wholesaler, as a fix and flipper, as an investor? So ultimately, you want to analyze the deal using the big three numbers, right? We're going to get into the big three numbers later. And then ultimately communicating with the agent, submitting your offer terms, getting them in writing, and then ultimately following up until you know what happens with that deal. I'm just going to kind of cruise through these steps so we don't camp out here too long. And then ultimately getting that offer responded to, whether you get it rejected, whether you get a counter offer, or you get an acceptance, that will determine where you go from there. Once you get it signed, once you get that contract accepted, now you reach out to those financing partners, those cash buyers that you have already built a relationship, that they're warm, they're expecting your call, they're expecting the deals. And now you have a deal that meets their criteria because you spent that time to learn it. And now you've actually gone out and found a contract on a property that meets exactly that. So you bring it on what we call a platinum platter. So it makes it easy for them to make a decision, makes it easy for them to say yes, makes it easy for them to pay you $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 for the right to buy that property. And then our favorite part, you assign that contract and then you get paid. So
there you go.
And then it becomes a nice payday. And then now it's like, hey, what do we do with that cash? Which is a good problem to have, different conversation. And then on to the next deal, rinse and repeat. So it's not just about doing one deal, it's about doing consistent deals on a regular basis. And that's why you build that pipeline so that these deals will continue to come to you on a regular basis.
And what we're going to show today too is how to pursue active on-market properties that are active today. And you need to understand that some people think about the MLS offer system as, I'm just going to cold call a bunch of agents and see if they have deals that are off the market. That's not the strategy. We're pursuing on-market active properties today that are listed every single day and or sitting on the market that you can put under contract today and wholesale the following day. But in addition, the powerful thing about our system is, even if we are pursuing that active property, we're still going to ask that agent if they know of any other properties possibly off the market or in their brokerage, or that they have an inside track on. So where some people limit themselves, only cold call agents, they don't pursue active properties, we pursue active properties. And because those agents are in the weeds, those agents are doing the marketing. If an agent lists a distressed house today, chances are tomorrow or the next month or the month after that, they're going to list another distressed house down the road. So we can have a relationship with them when we can ask them, hey, do you know of any other deals that are possibly coming on the market or off the market as of right now? They may be working on a deal or two that isn't on the market yet. And maybe this person wants to move out of state, their seller. They don't want to deal with putting on the market. They don't want to deal fielding a lot of offers. They know their house is distressed, and they just want their real estate agent to link them up with an investor buyer, you, the wholesaler, that can then wholesale this deal. So just a little distinction I want to make there.
Absolutely. So let's take it at the top, guys. What is the MLS? You guys know what the MLS is. It stands for Multiple Listing Service. These are private databases that are created and maintained and paid for by real estate professionals to help their clients buy and sell property. So every single real estate market has an MLS. There's some overlap. Some counties share the same MLS. Some MLSs have very large amount of coverage. Some of them are a little bit smaller. So there isn't just one MLS in the country, right? And I think this is something that not everybody understands, and that's okay. There's over 800 different MLSs across the country.
Yeah.
So it's very important to understand where you're doing business, like where do you want to start generating business and doing deals. And then, you can quickly figure out what MLS serves that region. So you can hop on Redfin, you can hop on Zillow, and if you look at a specific listing, it'll share with you where was that listing sourced, right? Because that's where Redfin, Zillow, all of the third-party websites that have MLS data, they source it from those individual MLSs. So you can figure that out. If you guys need help with that, let us know in the comments or the chat. but ultimately get familiar with whatever MLS is servicing your area, right? In San Diego, it's the SDMLS, Riverside County, Southern California, there's also CRMLS. And, a lot of times when you get MLS access, you also get reciprocal MLS access, like in other neighboring markets. So yeah, it's just good to know what MLS is servicing your area, just so you know what you're tapping into. So let's talk about how to get MLS access, guys. Okay. So we do have a giveaway. So we're going to give away some stuff today. So we have a resource that we put together. It's called 3 Ways to Get MLS Assistant Access. So, MLS Assistant Access is something that if you're unlicensed, which probably a lot of people on this call are unlicensed, then this is one way that you can get direct MLS access to. So going to drop a link in the chat here. And then if you guys are watching the replay, it's going to be in the description as well. So you guys can check it out. Definitely get that. It's definitely going to help you guys. And so there's really 2 buckets of MLS access, right? So there's direct MLS access and there's indirect MLS access. So not all MLS access is created equal.
Yeah.
Okay. So, a lot, especially people new in the industry, they might hop on, a real estate brokerage's website, and you can kind of search for properties and get some select listings here and there. Like, that's not direct MLS access. So there's several ways to get direct MLS access. The traditional way, get your license, right? That's probably the most reliable, straightforward way to get it. One of the reasons I have my license, just to get ease of access to it. But that's not the only way. It's probably the most common way that people get MLS access. There's more than 1 million real estate agents in the country. And that's traditionally how you do get MLS access. That's how most people think you get MLS access. It's the most expensive though, right?
Yeah.
Anyone who's gotten their license knows there's always more fees to be paid when you're getting your license. There's your state fees, your local dues, the NAR, National Association of Realtors fees. There's MLS fees. The fees never stop. So probably, a couple grand a year just to maintain if you want access to all of those things. So definitely the most expensive, but it can certainly be worth it, right? If you're in this business for the long haul. And there's a lot of advantages to having your license as an investor, as a wholesaler. Another way is to use someone else's license. So a lot of people, they do share MLS login access. Again, subject to the local rules of the MLS, but a lot of brokers, agents, they do share access. So this is probably the fastest way if you have relationships, or if you create relationships, kind of like how we teach in our program, through the resource that I just shared with you guys. There are some creative ways that you can get access to the MLS using someone else's license. So that's a very easy, quick way. A lot of people do it. It can be free if you structure it the right way. There's definitely some incentives that you can align with these real estate agents who do have MLS access that makes it more than worth their while. And they're more than happy to provide that access because they know you're a closer, you're doing deals, you're going to be probably teaching them some things about the investing side that they don't even know, that they're curious about. So there's a lot of ways that, we can unpack to really make it very incentivizing for real estate agents to provide you with their login to get access to the MLS. So the other way is MLS assistant access. Okay. So this is a very little known way to get access to the MLS. Not every single MLS has this, but a lot of them do. A lot of the ones that we work with, that our students work with, they're able to get what's called MLS assistant access. Sometimes it's called unlicensed assistant access or clerical access. So there might be different words that are used to describe this level of access, but essentially it's acting as the role of an assistant for a licensed individual who subscribes to an MLS. So basically, if you're an assistant of a real estate agent, you can get MLS access. Sometimes it's pretty informal. You have to fill out just a quick form, 1 or 2 pager, get the agent's signature, submit it to the MLS. There's probably a small fee. Sometimes it's a very small monthly fee to be paid or a quarterly fee. But this can happen very quickly. So we can certainly answer questions about this, help you unpack that. But ultimately, this is a great way to get access directly to the MLS. But it's also about providing value to agents.
Yes.
Like I said before, you don't just want to cold call a bunch of agents on Zillow and say, hey, like, make me your assistant so I can get access to the MLS. Like, it doesn't work that way. So this business is about relationships. It's about people. So knowing how to create, win-win alignments is very important, in any deal making and any negotiation and any conversation. So this is definitely something that we can help you guys with. So there's also indirect MLS access, right? So if all of these things are, taking time, or you feel like these are a barrier, keep in mind that we've done many deals. Our students have done many deals without direct MLS access.
Mhm.
Okay. So I love Redfin. Redfin is one of my favorite websites on the internet. That is indirect MLS access. So like I said earlier, they get all their information from local MLSs, and it just populates almost instantaneously. So nothing's as fast as the actual MLS, but it feeds into Redfin very quickly. And so you can find deals really in real time. So Redfin should definitely be on your radar if you don't have direct MLS access. Very similar to Zillow. I prefer Redfin in most markets. They're not in every market, so sometimes I do use Zillow, Realtor. Their filter settings are a little bit different on these websites, so it's kind of just personal preference at that point. But yeah, we have students who don't even have MLS access, like Sabir. He's closed all of his deals. He's closed, deal after deal after deal past few months. Like, can't even keep track of it, but he doesn't even have MLS access. Right?
Yeah, we've had, I think one of the important things here is don't let not having MLS access hold you back. People use that as an excuse not to work the MLS offer system, but we're talking about on-market deals here. So like Sabir, he uses Redfin. He's able to get deals under contract every single month. We've had students come in here, use Redfin, make over $100,000 a month from wholesaling. But I do think your end goal should be to get access to the MLS. It is the king database. Usually there are more properties on the MLS than are going to be on Redfin, Zillow, and Realtor. Additionally, MLS is going to have something called confidential remarks as well. There's going to be hidden remarks that the agent actually puts into there that is only accessible on the MLS, that can actually share the seller's motivation and help give you more information, help give you more data about the deal. And what we like to say is the deals are in the data. So any little nugget, any extra edge that we can get is going to greatly assist us. And then just overall, the functionality of the MLS, it's built for real estate transactions. It's just, when we use our MLS for comping, for everything that we're going to get into, I just love it the most. And all of our best clients too, that I'd say, and Julian just here, who's made about $500,000 this year, right? We're talking about the MLS, using the MLS. When Robert came in the office, we're looking at the wholesale and flip deals. We're working on the MLS. So what I want to mention is don't let this hold you back. Get started using Redfin, Zillow, Realtor. Download the freebie that we gave you, how to get assistant access. Great way to get started. Lastly, if you're thinking, how the heck do I incentivize a real estate agent? You just have to think about what's in it for them to give you access to the MLS. The way I think about it is, what does every single real estate agent want? They want more deals, more commissions, and more money. So if you can structure this relationship, or you getting access for them to make more commissions, such as, hey, on some of these deals, I'm going to need a buyer's agent. I need someone to represent me. Would you be open to representing me? I'm going to be submitting offers every single week that you can represent me on. Mm-hmm. What you're saying is you're going to give them dozens of opportunities a week if you're sending a dozen offers a week in order to make a commission, or giving them the ability to make a commission. And I believe in the resource too, we put some of the incentivization pieces in there to help improve your chances of getting MLS assistant access. Lastly, on getting access to the MLS, don't have the expectation that you're going to talk to one agent and get access. Maybe it might take like 5 agents that you talk to, because you're going to want to talk to an investor-friendly agent if they're going to share access with you and or give you MLS assistant access.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's about building those relationships. We have an article about how to actually incentivize real estate agents. So if you guys want to get access to that, leave a comment. If you guys are watching the replay, leave a comment. Let us know. We can share that with you as well. So, but there's another option, guys. If you, if you're in like a non-disclosure state, right? If you're in an area that you cannot see sold prices, right? There are certain states that you're going to want to use something else if you can't get direct MLS access, right? There's a software called Privy. Okay, so Privy has relationships with the individual MLS databases in certain markets. And so they'll be able to show you the sold prices of properties that have sold in non-disclosure states, right? So if you're in certain markets like, Texas, Idaho, Kansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Wyoming, Utah, Texas, I already said that. You're not going to be able to see sold prices on some of these third-party listing websites like Redfin and Zillow. So if you're running into that issue, it is really important to see the sold prices. This is important to run appropriate comps to understand your exit values. And so this is really, helpful to obviously get MLS access. Like that's where you can see all the sold prices. But if you can't get that, if you need something in the meantime, Privy can actually fill that void. And because they have relationships with these MLSs to give you that data. They also have some pretty cool investor tools, such as pulling flip comps and pulling investor comps. So like this one that I pulled the other day, this is actually just kind of down the street from where we are right now here in San Diego. It basically just has this tool where you can find flippers. So it also shows you who flipped this house. So it's also good for finding cash buyers. But you can see that this property was purchased for $860,000. This was bought on the MLS by an investor. And then about 4 months later was fixed and listed on the market and then sold for $1.225 million. So about a $363,000 spread between the purchase and then the resale price. Looks like they added a bathroom, converted the garage into living area. But yeah, very, very handsome margin on a MLS flip. So it's cool that it has some like investor tools like this. If you guys want to check it out, I'll leave a link in the chat. We do know the folks over at Privy and they give our audience a special discount. So again, I'll leave a link in the chat if you guys want to take advantage of it, some pretty big savings. And then you can basically just use our discount code if you guys want to. You get $50 off your first month on the national plan or $500 off of their annual plan. So you guys can check it out. It's risk-free. You guys, if you guys don't like it, you can always unsubscribe. But wanted to share this discount with you guys in case you did want to take advantage of Privy. If you're in one of those states in particular, if you're kind of looking for another way to get MLS access. So we always just like to have different ways to analyze deals, different data sources. And so we're also looking at deals in these other states. So this certainly does help with those cases. So again, drop the link in the chat or it'll be in the description if you're watching the replay. So now that we've covered getting access to the MLS, right? Several methods. So everybody here, everybody watching this, you should have a method to get access to the deals, right? So, but if you look at your market, you're going to see a lot of properties for sale. So we don't want to focus on 100% of these properties, right? There's going to be a lot of properties that are marketed and that will sell to owner occupants. These are people who are looking to buy their next primary residence, who want to live there, move in there and actually enjoy the property for their own personal use. Those are not the properties that we typically want to go after, right? There are certain instances where those make sense for investment, absolutely. But the majority of what we're looking for are investment opportunities. So that's really what we're going to dive into now, how to actually filter out these leads and focus on the right ones that are prime for investment. So the first strategy is one that Alex has a patent on, I'm pretty sure, a trademark on.
We forgot the TM.
The day zero strategy. So this is new listings, right?
Yeah, I'll briefly touch on it. So this is one of our favorite strategies and probably been the most fruitful throughout the years. This is when every single day, we're going to look at the new listings in your market, in your county that came up on the market. So there might be, let's say, for example, 50 new listings that were listed in the last 24 hours. But we're then going to look through these listings and see which ones are in distress. And we're going to do that through a combination of looking at the photos, right? If a property is outdated, stuck in the 60s, that can be a good indicator that the property is distressed. We see mold, cracked slabs, holes in the roof, overgrown shrubbery. There's a lot a lot of things. I can show it's in a dilapidated condition, but also we're going to read the listing description as well. A lot of the times agents can admit that this property is in distress. I love that when they say, hey, it needs TLC. This is for an investor. I love when they say that. This is an investment, right? This is for an investor. For all the people who say, hey, there's no deals on the MLS for investors. They're telling you this is perfect as a fix and flip. So we're looking at these leads every single day. So in this example, there's 50 new listings that come on the market. 45 or 40 of those are going to be the brand new retail properties that we do not want to call on. We do not want to waste any time on. This is where people point blank get stuck. Number one, they get stuck in focusing on the wrong leads. So then you waste hundreds of hours just focusing on retail properties that are never, ever going to go to a wholesaler, never, ever go to a fix and flipper. They're never, ever going to go all cash. And you just waste your time. And that's a quick way to go nowhere fast. It's a quick way to have this system not work, right? We want to pursue wholesalable properties. So every single day, when you use this strategy, this method of you look at the 50 new listings, you find the 5 to 10 that are distressed. Now from there, out of those 10, let's say we find 10, rank them from 1 to 10. It's very easy to sort in the MLS or Redfin, whatever you're using, and start calling from the one that's the hottest, looking the most distressed, the most wholesalable. And now we want to directly call that real estate agent right then and there. Don't wait 2 days. Don't wait 3 days. Don't wait 4 days. We're calling this the day zero strategy because honestly, what we're trying to do is be the first investor to call the agent. We're big believers in being first. If anyone's done sports, I've done wrestling, I've done jujitsu, your coach, if you're doing a tournament, they're going to tell you to be first, right? The early bird gets the worm. So if we can be the first investor, the first wholesaler to call the real estate agent and tell them what they want to hear. We've had real estate agents say, hey, I'm not going to be picking up any more phone calls. They probably shouldn't do that, but they're literally saying, hey, I'm not going to be picking up any phone calls. Hey, if you can get to the property at 2 p.m., potentially, a lot of times we virtually wholesale these properties, but hey, if you can come at this price, 175 or 420, whatever it is, we can get this locked up today and we can make this happen. And I'm not going to field any more phone calls. So that's the opportunity here when we're pursuing active on-market properties. This is one of the reasons why this can be the fastest way for you to get deals. This is why we've had students come into our program and work with us. We've had students literally in 1 week get a property under contract and wholesale in 1 week because they're pursuing distressed on-market properties utilizing this specific strategy. So like Ryan said, on the MLS, there's going to be across the nation, there's hundreds of thousands of properties on the MLS, but you have to have that eye and a system to be able to find and filter these properties. And so a little bit later, pretty soon, actually, Ryan, you're going to go behind the scenes, I think, show exactly how to do this utilizing Redfin. But that's the day zero in a nutshell.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll say on day zero strategy, this is truly the best way to make sure no deals slip through the cracks in your market. So if you want to talk about being on the ball inside any given market, this is the way that you see every single property that actually comes for sale in your market, right? So you're looking at every listing at the end of the day. So, and then you get very good at quickly disqualifying leads so that you find the gold very quickly. So you might say, oh, that's a lot of properties, but when you just get good at looking at houses, when you spend time and putting your eyes on properties on listings, you're going to be able to disqualify a lead in 2 seconds, literally, and move on to the next one. And then when you find something that catches your eye, you're going to know instantly. And we're going to show you exactly how we do it. But this is the way that you never let anything slip through the cracks. You don't want to use some fancy automated software to tell you that these are all the deals in your market and that's it. We don't rely on that. That's how you miss deals. That's how you miss opportunities. So this is about, finding a time of your day, maybe once or twice every single day, to look at all the new listings that came to market since the last time that you looked at it, right? And so when you come up with this process and this routine, now you're literally looking at everything on day zero when it hits the market. So if you have that mindset, this is, again, I'll say it again, this is how you make sure nothing slips through the cracks and that you're going to be able to offer on every single potential opportunity in your market.
And we're going to cover some other strategies, but what I like to say is if you just stopped right now and just use this strategy, you're going to be fine. You're going to be making $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month wholesaling.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. So we're going to cover more, but yeah, this is one that you guys definitely want to write down and make sure you're implementing. Method number two, old listings. So these are listings that have been sitting on the market for, whether it's a few weeks, depending on the days on market in your, if you have a very hot market where everything's selling in 5 to 7 days and something's sitting on for 21 days, then that's probably an older listing, right? But typically, in a healthy market, it's about 90 plus days. These are older listings, stale listings. It's obviously not selling for a reason, right? So properties are priced well and they're marketed well, and the agent's answering the phone, they're receptive, they actually want to get the deal done, then things can sell. But a lot of times, you can go after old listings and you can make offers that are very attractive and actually get them accepted. So older listings are definitely ones that we can go after. Method number three is keyword searching, right? So keywords are just words that are in the remarks or the listing description in any listing. So we have a list of keywords that are usually indicative of an investment type of deal. So you can plug it into the MLS, you can plug it into Redfin, some of these other search engines, and then it'll actually pull all of the properties that have those keywords in the listing. So when you type things like TLC, fixer, cash, investor, contractor, the list goes on. But any listing that has these in there is very likely to be an opportunity that we're going to want to look into further. There's also price reductions. Okay, so price reduction simply means that the seller has reduced the price from their current asking price. Okay, so again, not all of these are going to be investor type listings, but it signals motivation. It signals that they're starting to realize that their asking price isn't where it's going to sell, right? Again, just a reminder that sellers do reduce their prices.
Yeah.
Right. So when you see a listing price, it does not equal market value. It does not equal the price that it's going to sell. So there are filters, and I can show you once we do our screen share, where you can actually see all of the properties that have reduced the price in the past 24 hours, 3 days, 7 days, the past 14 days. So you can see all of the deals that they've just reduced their price, and they're usually pretty motivated to sell at that point. There's also back on market, right? So what does back on market mean? It's when a property was in escrow with a buyer, they had accepted an offer, and now escrow had been canceled. So something happened during that process where the deal's off, right? So when a seller accepts a contract on a property, it goes pending. So they have to change the status of the listing in the MLS from active to pending, or sometimes it's called contingent. So it basically effectively takes it off of the market, and nobody else can go under contract on that property. So it gets taken off the market. And so, ideally that escrow closes, but a lot of times it doesn't. And so when that property comes back on market, they're usually motivated to get another offer accepted very quickly. So it's always good to ask that agent, hey, what happened? Right? Yeah. Why didn't the buyer close? Was it the seller's fault? Was it the buyer's fault? Was it the property's fault? What was going on? So there's usually a lot of stuff you can gather from those types of situations. So back on market is a status you can basically go and sniff out for that motivation.
Yeah, ninja tip right here too. If you use the day zero strategy, we're offering on brand new distressed properties are on the market. Sometimes maybe 50% of the deals that we've done, they do accept an offer from another investor who has no idea what they're doing. They're offering way too high of a price, or they're offering at list price. They're not offering at real numbers, or they haven't listened to this presentation to where we talk about find the cash buyer so you can actually exit the deal and not have to cancel the contract. So what turbocharges this strategy too is when you have a pulse on the market with the day zero strategy, you're submitting offers. That first go around, you submitting an offer may not have worked out, but now that property is back on the market from 2 weeks ago that you submitted an offer on, that is permission to follow up with the real estate agent. And a lot of times that real estate agent, if they put it back on the market, they may follow up with you. That's happened a lot of times. And now they're saying, Alex, Ryan, hey, you told me that other offer that came in was a little bit too high. Does your offer still stand? Mm-hmm. And what's important about offers, and we'll talk about offers and quality offers, when you submit an offer and it's in an agent's inbox, I'm not talking about a verbal offer, I'm not talking about a text message, I'm talking about a written contract here. If a property ever does fall or come back on the market, an agent is going to reach out to the people that have moved the furthest across the line, the people that moved across the furthest across the line, that are the most serious, are the ones that submit an actual written offer, an actual written contract. So you're now ahead of the competition because you did what 99% of other people won't do. 99% of people won't actually hit the brand new distressed listings, won't submit an offer and have that be in the agent's email inbox. So just a quick little nugget there, ninja tip on back on market. If you are hitting every single lead and you have that offer in the agent's inbox, you're going to greatly increase the likelihood of you being able to get that deal under contract.
Absolutely. And the next method is looking for value add opportunities, right? This is anything from, finding a large home that's only a 2-bed, 1-bath that can easily be converted into a 3-2 or a 4-2 or a 5-3, right? This is, finding a house that you can build an ADU in the backyard, right? You can add multiple units in the backyard, expand the home. These can be development opportunities where you scrape the house and you build a brand new, higher end property and really max out the value, bring that property to its highest and best use. So this is really looking for a specific value add type of play, that is really good for, certain types of investors who are looking for those projects. So that's method 6. Method 7 is concentrated searching. So this is when you get very clear on a buyer's criteria and what zip code they're looking in. Sometimes, investors that I work with, a zip code's too big, right? Sometimes they're in a very small quadrant of a neighborhood because they're hyper local focused, right? And they become the biggest buyer in a very specific neighborhood. So really just getting dialed in on what that criteria is, in a specific location, price point, when it's very specific, like that's what concentrated searching is. So the good thing is you can set your filters in your MLS and really dial that in. So you're looking at very particular opportunities. Method 8 is property hopping, right? So when you're in the business, you're doing deals, you're going to have great case studies of properties that you successfully close that get flipped and are exited by your end buyers. So these are amazing because you can actually see deals go full life cycle, which is one of the beautiful things about starting with wholesaling as a strategy, is because you're getting paid to learn, right? You're getting paid to network, you're getting paid to deliver value. And then we always recommend seeing these deals through. What was your assumption on the after repair value and what did it end up selling for? So property hopping is looking at the deals that you've closed, that your cash buyers have closed, that you're seeing are actually happening in the area, and finding similar properties to that, similar deals, right? Similar condition homes. And that really can kind of tell you what price point is going to make sense for that investment as well. So it's really just getting dialed in and tuned in to what's happening in your market and finding those exact opportunities. And then method 9 is a gold one. So coming soon is something that, may or may not be on your radar, but this is the status before a property actually becomes active on the MLS. This is actually kind of a newer status, like in the past, 3-4 years, kind of since the 2020 years. This coming soon status has been a really big one, for us and even for some of our students, right?
Yeah. Well, we were just talking with Julian. Julian just did over a 6-figure wholesale deal. He netted over 6 figures from a coming soon property just this previous month. So before it was even active, before it was a new listing, one deal, 6 figures just from this one method.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. So coming soon, it's such a gold mine. It's basically when the property's not ready for showings and it's not really ready to be accessed by people. Like, sometimes real estate agents are getting the property ready. The seller's not quite ready. But they still want to put it on the MLS because the agent signed a listing agreement. So, but the sellers agreed to put it on the market at a later time. So this is that window where it doesn't have as much exposure as an active listing. But they're still usually open to accepting an offer. So if you're savvy, if you're smart, you're going to go in as soon as it becomes a coming soon because it's going to get less traffic. It's going to get less eyeballs. Like not everybody is looking at coming soon listings. So if you can tap into that, you can get some amazing deals that way.
And you might have mentioned it, but on, Redfin, Zillow, it's different market to market, but this can solely only be on the MLS in some markets too. So just another benefit of having MLS access.
Absolutely. Right. Yep. So what does one of these look like, right? So method one, new listings, right? So day zero, this is a snapshot of the MLS. I actually took yesterday, I believe. So looking at the entire market, there's almost 3,000 total listings. And so you have to sort it by the date that it was listed. So you want to sort from the most recent to the oldest. And so that'll show you all of the properties that just hit the market today, right? That's what we call day zero, when it was listed today. So you want to look at the most recent. And then that is where you start to comb through, go down the list, and really just scrape the entire database for the good opportunities. So this is what it looks like in the actual MLS. And then this is what it looks like on Redfin. And so I'll do a demo here in just a moment. Just want to kind of give you an overview of what these strategies are. On Redfin, it's simply time on Redfin is what they call it. So again, these websites have different ways of filtering, but you just want to kind of double click, double tap on the time on Redfin, and you can see properties that were listed 2 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes, 49, 51, 1 hour. And so this is where you can see the newest, freshest listings. And hey, if you just list a property and you're getting phone calls immediately, that's a good sign as a real estate agent. Yeah. So these are amazing leads to call, especially the ones that meet your criteria and that you know are going to be a great fit for your cash buyers. Keyword searching, another one that we mentioned. So keyword searching looks like this. So in the actual MLS, this is a snapshot of our MLS. It's a box where you can search for all of the relevant keywords. So if you guys want this list, let me know in the comments. We can send it to you. But these are all there's a lot of the major keywords that will indicate opportunity in listings. So you simply copy and paste it into the MLS, simple as that. And then you search for it. It's going to give you a ton of leads, a ton of opportunity that basically have these keywords in the description. You can see there's, the word cash, fixing, needs fixing, fixer upper, needs TLC, quick sale, REO, bankruptcy, tired landlord, late payments,
hoarder, DIY.
Yeah, fire damage, bad tenants, so there's a lot of keywords dirty in here, right? Yeah. Price to sell, motivated sellers, and it's interesting because real estate agents, when they want to market to investors on the MLS, they want investor offers. They're going to put these keywords in the listing. They're going to say TLC, bring your contractor. They're going to have a lot of these in there intentionally to attract investors to make offers on their listings. So yeah, really good list here. If you guys want to take a screenshot, if you guys want this list, let us know. We can drop it in the comments. Even if you're watching the replay, happy to do so. And I ran this search recently. These were the listings. There was about over 1,300 leads that came up from the MLS in all of San Diego County that had at least one of those keywords. So very rich results that you can get with this. This was one of those results. Just to kind of give you an example, this one was listed about a couple weeks ago, week and a half. It says endless potential, original single family home, provides a solid starting point, ready for renovation or expansion. This property is the perfect blank canvas for investors, builders, anyone looking to create their dream home with room to grow. Has multifamily zoning, so in a very large lot for the area, so you can build units, you can create rental income, or develop a multi-generational space. So endless possibilities. So a lot of buzzwords in there, right? Investors, builders, rental, income, right? All of these things are really good to look for. And again, depending on your specific criteria, you can adjust that search for what exactly you're looking for. All right, so why don't we do a live demo, guys? Who wants to do that? So who wants to actually see us find some leads, find some deals that are available to buy right now, right? And we'll use Redfin because we may get some requests in other markets. So let us know. We'll take a look at a couple of your responses. Let us know like a major city or a town. Wherever you guys are at, wherever you guys are doing deals, wherever you guys want us to kind of take a peek and really look at your market, and then we can find deals together and really just work some of these strategies. So we'll give a moment. You guys want to put in any markets that you're looking at, we'll go ahead and do a search. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Redfin right now, and then we can kind of take a peek and look at some markets.
Awesome. So I know earlier we had some members in here in the chat. I mean, we had Ohio, we had Atlanta, New York. Where are we at now? There's San Diego, Park Forest, Illinois. What else we got? Dallas, Texas.
Nice. Yeah, we got some
Seattle.
San Diego in the house. Awesome. That is our local market. We know there's lots of deals here. We got Fontana, California. Awesome. I mean, we can do a couple markets. I think we can just kind of prove the point. Let's start with Park Forest. Yeah. A France is here. What's going on, A France? Thank you for the suggestion. Let's pop in and take a look at Park Forest. Sounds like a very interesting place. Sounds like a beautiful place, actually. I'm a fan of forests and parks. So put them together, you got Park Forest. Oh, Forest Park. Okay. I'm going to assume that Forest Park is what you meant. All right, cool. So this looks like a small like town or suburb in a larger area. I'm just going to zoom out just to see where it is. Oh, it's by Chicago. Okay, got it. So yeah, this is like a neighborhood. So we can take a look. Usually we like to expand our reach beyond just like a neighborhood, but why don't we just take a look and see what we're finding here? So the first thing I'll look at is the day zero strategy. So if you guys see the screen, so time on Redfin is what I'll do after I plug in the location, right? We start with location first, which we have, and we're going to look at time on Redfin. I'm going to click it once, click it again, click it again. All right, cool. So now we can see that we have a deal that was listed 27 hours ago, 2 days, 4 days, 5 days. So again, smaller area. So we're not going to have as many results. There's about 50 homes total. Okay, so not a lot to work with. We're probably gonna have to expand our reach, but let's just see what we've got here. We can see, this one looks like it's updated 2015. So looks like that's probably a pretty decent area. This is newly renovated 2 unit. So if you're looking for a 2 unit, if this could be an income play, that might be a deal for you. We've got a condo here. I'm not a huge condo guy, but let's look at here. This looks like it could be an opportunity. So this one, well maintained. So, depending on the area, something like this could be a deal, just because it looks like there's some older finishes inside. Looks like it, decently maintained.
Mm-hmm.
Not like a fresh rehab or anything. Has these wooden floors, which can be improved. Looks like it's in good shape, good condition. This is a little bit older style now. It's kind of crazy. This used to be all the rage, but this is a little bit older style now. So again, depending on the area, depending on the values, this could be worth updating, right? And obviously at the right price, this could be a great flip. So I would say that this could be worth looking into. Again, not knowing the market specifically. If this area does have higher end flips and remodels, then this could be a good candidate to rehab. And then again, this is 1,000 square foot home with only 2 beds, 1 bath.
Yeah.
So I would say that this could be a good value add play of actually turning this into a 3-2, or at the very least a 3-1. But certainly, if you could add another bath, which is usually possible, depending on the layout, then this could easily become a 3-2 even with the existing footprint, without adding square footage, right? Because that can get pretty expensive compared to just using the existing footprint. So this is actually a good, now that I kind of like put this together, a 2-1 over 1,000 square feet. There's usually room to make this into a 3-2. So I'd say that'd be on the radar. A lot of condos. I'm actually just gonna, condos can work. So let's just take a look at it. This says it's rehab, so no. Let's look at this one. This is a flip. It says simply move in. Okay, let's look at this. So this has investor in the listing description. Okay, look at that kitchen. So investors will appreciate the strong rental demand and value add potential in this desirable Forest Park location. Classic Forest Park gem. New tear-off roof 2015. So that might be the last time it was updated or maintained. Built in 1912. So these older homes, you just got to kind of pay attention to the year built. Some of those systems can be pretty old, but this looks like has some newer siding and stuff like that. So if we kind of take a look at this, decent outside. Yeah, this kitchen looks like the
A little messy.
current occupant is not very clean, but it doesn't look terrible. You know, the floors, if you look past the furniture, those blinds are pretty gnarly. Some questionable stains on those blinds.
Yeah, I mean, as we're looking at properties, this is a perfect one to call on and ask the real estate agent about the story of this property. Because a lot of times, I mean, even that first photo looked, I don't want to say Photoshopped, but like enhanced. There's properties that are like this, and someone kind of DIY'd it, and there's issues going on with the property that the agent will not put in the description. It's not like the agent's always going to write every little thing that's going on in the description, but we see dirty flooring, we see messed up blinds. We see a dirty kitchen. What else is going on with the property, right? The agent already put investors in the description as well. So this is something that it's not always going to scream distress. The house is not always going to be falling down, but this is definitely one that you'll check mark and you will call on. Absolutely. Because we've wholesale deals exactly like this.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. It's a pretty large home for being a 3-2. So again, there is potential opportunity to add a bedroom, maybe a bath. You know, two bathrooms are usually pretty sufficient, even with 4 or 5 bedrooms. So I would say, yeah, I'd probably look at seeing if you could add a bedroom, but certainly, yeah, the bathroom could certainly use an update. I don't think anyone wants to move into that bathroom. But yeah, so this listing agent is looking to attract investors. Clearly, we can see from the description. So yeah, like Alex said, it's worthy of a discovery call. Worthy of seeing what's going on. And just a quick tip, I always like to look at the price history because this tells a story, right? The pricing of the home looks like it's a relatively newer listing, less than a week old or about a week old, and it's sold for $330 in 2015. Okay, so this seller is just kind of looking to get out whole on this property. So yeah, this is a good lead here. So that's day 0. I'm going to just actually remove the outline so that we can get a couple more leads in here just to see what else we can find.
Yeah. Quick caveat too. Yeah. Once we're really nuanced and we have cash buyers buying in that specific city or neighborhood, it's very good to go extremely nuanced and look at it. 9 times out of 10, we're looking at the whole entire county that city is located in. It's going to give us a tremendous amount more potential. 9 times out of 10, the cash buyers we're working with are not just buying in that one city, but in multiple cities and or the whole county. So just wanted to mention that because a lot of people will focus on one city and they'll be like, oh, there's not a lot of deals in the market. Well, we never look in just one city in San Diego. We're always looking at the whole entire county.
Absolutely. Yeah. You got to have a wide enough reach to make sure you're getting enough leads, to make sure that you're able to, consistently fill your pipeline with deals. So if you're just looking at one neighborhood, then you're probably going to tap out pretty quickly. And, in order to do enough volume of offers, you're going to need to expand that reach. So yeah, it's good. I believe in, becoming a master of, certain markets, certain local markets, like so many benefits in that. Yeah. But ultimately, if you're looking to wholesale, if you're looking to buy more deals, you want to expand your market a bit. So this is one we did expand the reach, not too far out, but looks like it's pretty close. This is in Cicero, neighboring town. This looks like it was listed 2 days ago. Seems like a popular listing, 7,000 views in the past 2 days. So probably a really good opportunity here by the looks of it. So a couple things that we look for, right? We mentioned being able to disqualify leads within a matter of seconds, right? I saw this even just like from that quick small view here. I could tell like just from this photo that this is something we want to look at, right? So the window frame is a little bit rusty. We got overgrown landscaping here. We got vines kind of like dropping down on the bricks. The stairs are stained. So a lot of things here would indicate that this is not maintained. Now we go in the interior of this property. So we can see that the wood floors are looking pretty rough, have seen better days for sure. Obviously it's lived in, there's furniture and kind of some strange places. So it's a lived in home. It's not, this property hasn't been presented in very marketable fashion. So, that there's occupants there. They don't really, care necessarily about getting top dollar on this property. Otherwise they would have, put some money in improvements. They would have probably cleared out the home, staged the home. Like these are the things that allow you to sell your home for way more money. So when you see things like this, it's like, okay, well, they're not really going to that extent. They're probably expecting lower than market value offers. And so, so you can see, yeah, this bathroom is kind of aged. There's a towel hanging over. Like they obviously didn't take any preparation. They didn't do anything to make this house look better before the marketing photos, right? So this is just like a good example. Obviously, this kitchen is probably not somewhere that anybody here wants to cook in or eat a meal from. Based on the cabinets looking very stained. There's pots and pans kind of everywhere. The flooring is certainly like that old laminate style that's out of fashion these days. So definitely like a rough looking kitchen here. And so, yeah, you can also tell the ceiling has that kind of paneling. Like that's definitely not something that you'll see in remodels. So, a lot of indications. You got stains in the carpet. You've got that really old wallpaper here. That's I'll kind of zoom in on it. This is a really good indicator of an older home that hasn't been updated recently. And we see these in, markets all across the United States. So you can see like from this style, yeah, it's nice. It used to be something that people really wanted, but buyers these days, renters these days, they don't really want that on inside of their units. So yeah, clearly, we could look at all these photos. Clearly needs an update. Clearly lived in. So I think we've probably seen enough to know that this is going to sell to an investor, right? Someone can't just buy this property and move in tomorrow, right? Which is what a lot of buyers are looking for. Buyers, traditional retail buyers want turnkey homes that they can close on, move in, because they've got school to go to for the kids. They've got a season that they need to, they've got tight timelines and they don't have time to like fix up these properties. So a listing like this is definitely going to sell to an investor. And so I don't even think they even have a listing description.
Doesn't look like it.
There's no listing description.
Yeah, you can tell the effort of the photos. There's no staging. This is, once again, another perfect one to call on. And France, I'm not sure of your name, but you gave us this market. All three of these properties we just looked at, you can literally get an offer. You can call all three of these real estate agents today and get an offer in on all three of these properties. And generally what we see is about 10 to 15 written offers with real estate agents will get you a deal that you can wholesale, make 10, 20, 30,000 on. So these are the literal opportunities right underneath your nose in your market. We just got to go after them.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, we just found 3 deals like very quickly using the day zero strategy. Let me just show you how to use the keyword search function as well here on Redfin while we're here. So all you simply have to do is go to the filters section, scroll down, and then we have keyword search. There's a box. It's actually called keyword search. So here on Redfin, what I've noticed is that you can only really search one word at a time. So it's a little bit limiting. When you're on the actual MLS, you can search, dozens of words at the same time. You saw that big list that I had. You can just copy and paste that list into the MLS. So here, what we can do is we can search the word, let's just try TLC. And then this is going to kind of click out of there. It's going to take us down to 2 homes. Okay. So again, we're kind of in a smaller area, TLC. Let's try the word cash. Let's see what shows up. So there's 12 homes and 12 homes. Let's see this one, for example. This isn't something we've looked at yet. This is a 8-bed, 3-bath home.
Wow.
Actually looks decent on the outside. First thing in the listing description, excellent investment opportunity in a thriving Cicero neighborhood. Discover this beautifully maintained all brick 3-flat apartment building on an oversized lot. So it does say it's turnkey for savvy investors and owners alike. So they are marketing it more as a rental or an owner occupant type of rental, like a house hack type of strategy. So again, who buys multifamily properties, right? Who buys buildings that have multiple units? That's investors. So if you're working with buyers who are looking for multi-unit properties, right, something like this can be a great fit at the right price, of course. So it could definitely use some updating, but looks like it's operational. It's probably tenanted by the looks of it. So that's something that shows up. Let's see where in the listing it said cash. Yeah, so cash. This came up because it says cash flow, right? Cash flow potential, right? Live in one unit, let the others help with your mortgage, or rent all three for exceptional cash flow potential. Okay, so that was like the first thing that popped up. We've got this one. Let's take a look. This looks like a single family.
Look at this.
Yeah, so wow, this one is certainly a distressed property, prime for a wholesale opportunity. So this is probably listed on Halloween. It says, have yourself a trick or treat fest. This property is a rehabber special that requires a creative mind and a lot of heart to get this property back into its prime. This home has been gutted out and the seller's selling as is. This home will not be trashed out. So you need to have whoever your broker is to sign a hold harmless before access will be granted. So you got to sign a waiver before entering the property.
Love that.
It's that bad. So yeah, seller would like all qualified buyers to either cash or rehab loans. So the reason why we search cash is exactly for this reason. A lot of listing agents will market it specifically for cash offers. So this property, again, is not going to sell to a retail buyer. This property is only going to sell to an investor, someone who's going to rehab this property and then either rent it out or sell it back for top dollar on the market. So let's just take a quick look. Looks a little rough on the outside, but the inside is definitely a lot worse. So it's pretty much gutted. You can see the framing is still here. Doesn't look terrible from the framing. Looks like there's still some of the tile in this bathroom up. So again, you always want to know the story, right? Every property is a story. So that's why we talk to the real estate agents, get the information about what the heck is going on with this property. So it looks like I would probably guess that there was an investor who tried to do this deal and tried to gut this property and maybe ran out of money and is looking for someone to take over. It's possible that there could have been like a big plumbing leak and they ripped out all the drywall and just tried to mitigate some of the damages. But yeah, it looks like this bathroom it looks like it was recently installed. Yeah. This looks like a new bathroom. So it's probably the first thing I mentioned. It's probably an investor who bought this as a project. They started the rehab and now they're not finishing it for one reason or another. So it's always like, you got to be cautious with those types of deals. We generally advise not counting any of the work that's been done and factoring in a rehab budget that basically accounts for redoing that, because you never know the quality of another investor's work. You never know what's kind of underneath the surface. So to definitely be cautious. Seller's going to tell you that, hey, the project's 60% done. You just need another 40% to get to the finish line. But there's usually a lot more to the story than just that. So trust but verify. Yep. So that's the keyword search right there, guys. So that's how we do that. One other thing real quick while we're here. Why don't we take a quick look at another market as well? I know we had a lot of requests for various markets. We can take a look at Sacramento.
Cool.
Yeah. Why don't we take a look at Sacramento?
NorCal.
Yeah, NorCal. It's a booming market actually out here in California. So let's take a look. Sacktown. So I want to show you another strategy that you can quickly filter out. So I actually want to reset. So we start over, reset all filters. So we can see that there's 1,661 homes in Sacramento as defined by this map. So what you can also do here, guys, is there's a quick filter on Redfin that you guys should be aware of. Again, we're not always the biggest fans of quick filters because you're going to miss deals. This algorithm doesn't pick up every single fixer-upper, but it's a quick, easy way to find fixer-upper deals in any market that Redfin determines are fixer-uppers. So we can see that we've narrowed it down to 52 homes that are all fixer-uppers, right? Most likely these are fixer-uppers. So these are 52 homes that you guys can look at and ideally make offers on. So let's just take a look at the first one. Okay. This was just listed pretty much today with, last 22 hours. So yesterday. It says no access. Call showing time for 2 hours. Welcome to an outstanding ranch style retreat, 1,700 square feet on over 16,000 square foot lot. Wow. So there's one picture, right? What does one picture tell us about this?
Potential.
Yeah. It means that the inside probably doesn't look very good, right? There's a reason they didn't take photos of the inside. So,
yeah, keep note of that. If you ever see listings with no photos, with one photo, mark that as a property you're going to call on as well, right? There's typically a reason that they're not including the inside of the property. And there's going to be other investors, other wholesalers that are not going to call on this property. And I've gotten deals under contract that I've wholesaled, flipped, solely because other people missed out on it. They didn't actually call on the property.
Absolutely. Yeah. Don't shy away if there's only one photo. That's usually a good sign if you're looking for investment opportunities. So here's one, just quick fixer upper. This would have also come up if we did the day zero strategy since it was 22 hours old. Here's another one. This is a slight fixer with huge potential. Great. So again, guys, we don't really have a shortage of leads here, right? We don't have a shortage of leads whatsoever. We've got plenty of opportunity here to work with. So if you're in the Sacramento market, or if you're just looking to do deals in Sacramento,
two photos,
great opportunities.
Nice table in the backyard. Adds a lot of value.
I'm sold. I want that table for 300 grand.
Needs TLC or need a TLC. Yep. Just needs a remodel. It's just textbook.
Exactly. Yeah. Textbook, fixer description, zero effort on the listing agent's side. So yeah, a lot of good opportunities here. I mean, we can just keep going down the list, but plenty of good deals. So yeah, if you guys are following along, use your market as an example, use these strategies, you're going to find deals. Like there's no doubt whatsoever. So yeah, now that we found deals, now it's time to analyze the property, right? So analyzing a property, right? That's what you have to do to submit an offer, right? Because a lot of people, they find deals and they think they're a real estate investor, right? So they think that, hey, I found the deals, I see these fixers, I'm on my way, right? But nothing's ever going to happen unless you learn what we're about to teach you here. So this is really what separates investors who never do deals and those who become true real estate professionals and start doing consistent deals are the skills that we're about to get into right now. So finding the big three starts with the after repair value, right? The ARV. This is a term that you've probably heard before, but if you haven't, it's essentially the value of a property once it's fixed up and brought to its highest and best value, right? Highest and best use, right? What is it going to sell for on the open market after whatever our business plan is, right? If it's a light cosmetic rehab, then we might not get as much value as if we do a full gut rehab and really take it down to the studs and rebuild everything, right? So your after repair value depends on what you plan on doing with the property, right? What your end buyer, your cash buyer plans on doing with it. So the ARV can be different depending on what your business model is, right? What your strategy is in this business and what your end buyers are looking to do. So that's the first thing. Then you have to figure out how much is it going to cost to execute that strategy, right? If you're going to buy, renovate, and then resell that property, how much are you going to have to pay to get that property fixed up and then resold and to get that ARV, right? It costs money to make money. So understanding that those repair costs. So we're going to dive into all of these. And then that ultimately leads into how much can you offer, right? What's your wholesale offer price? Some people call it the MAO, your maximum allowable offer, because you really can't pay more than that if you expect to do a deal and make money. And I think a lot of, especially newer investors, they tend to stretch that number just to get a deal accepted, right? Just to get your offer accepted, just because you want to do the deal. You're like, oh, well, I know that I can only pay this much, but the seller countered and it's $20,000 above that. Like, should I still do the deal?
Yep.
Answer is probably no, right? So this is a very important number because that's the basis of your negotiation and that's the basis of your offer. So you're going to be a lot more confident with that number if you understand the big three, right? And you understand the numbers, which we'll get into. And we're actually going to share our exact calculator and how to take these numbers and really how to determine what that offer is, how much you want to make as a wholesaler, how much this property is going to make in profit as a fix and flip. So we're going to get into all that starting right now, guys.
Yeah, and these three numbers, they make you worth your salt as a wholesaler, as a fix and flipper. And what we're going to be doing here, if you want to fix and flip houses, you have to absolutely know these numbers. What makes you a professional wholesaler, I believe the best wholesaler, is seeing through the eyes of a fix and flipper and understanding these numbers as well. This is what we train all of our students on. And not only are people inflating the maximum offer price all the time, they're also inflating the ARV. They're saying, hey, it's going to sell $100,000 higher than what's actually going to sell at. They're saying this is going to be the best price or the highest price property in the neighborhood. They're making up prices. Also, a lot of times they're deflating the repair costs, a renovation cost. We'll probably see $40,000, $50,000 renovation costs, and they're saying it's going to be $10,000. All those numbers, when you have all those numbers wrong and incorrectly, they screw up your numbers. You may have found the best deals to go after, but if your numbers aren't right, you're not going to put under contract at the right price. You're not going to be able to wholesale it, fix and flip it, or acquire this property. And your cash buyers, who are your end customer at the end of the day, are not going to be happy. And they're not going to want to pick up your phone calls when you are not getting these numbers right. So we're going to dive behind the scenes, calculate these numbers. We got a calculator as well that we're going to share with you that we've been using and refining for over 15 years on every single wholesale and flip deal that we've done.
100%. And we've got a special giveaway for you guys. And another thing that's going to help you with the most important number in this whole equation, right? It all starts with the ARV. And so this is the comp criteria cheat sheet. So figuring out the ARV is all about comps, right? Real estate comps, real estate comparables. So this cheat sheet is going to help you know exactly how to run comps, what makes a good comp, what to look for. So definitely get yours. I'm going to share a link in the chat just so you guys have this. This is a great resource to really just help you that, these skills are going to transfer every single deal that you look at, right? Every single deal that you do. It really comes down to the comps. So just sent that out in the chat. If you guys are watching the replay, it'll be in the description. So these have been refined, over many years, over many deals, working with our students. So this is exactly what we teach here. So go ahead and get that, guys. But at the end of the day, like what this is all about is thinking like an appraiser, right? And so I think it's so important to internalize this. If you guys aren't already aware of this, what do appraisers do at the end of the day? They determine property value, right? They determine market value based on comparables, right? The real estate comps. So if you guys see the screen, this is a snapshot of a standard appraisal report. Like these are standardized reports. These are required to be conducted with every single mortgage that gets put on a property. Every conventional mortgage, there has to be an appraisal conducted. And so there are standards, there are rules that are used at scale, right? Thousands and thousands of transactions happen every single month, and these appraisals are happening every single day. So we're not making this up, guys. Like these are just the rules of the game. These are the rules of the business. So the closer you can think like an appraiser, the better real estate investor you're going to be. This is how you make money in real estate, how you know what a below market value price is when you're looking at any house, right? So this comes down to simple rules, right? And I always recommend get your hands on an appraisal, right? We have one in our program. I'm sure you can find one online if you do enough digging. If you've been through a transaction before, right? If you bought your own primary residence or you've bought an investment property and gotten an appraisal, then read that report, like study it, really understand, look at the comps, look at how the appraiser thinks. A little bit of a caveat, you can have 3 appraisals on the same property and they can come up with 3 different values. Mm-hmm. So an ARV is an art, but it's also a science. So it's a little bit of both. So there's not just one ARV, right? No one has a crystal ball. No one knows exactly where a property is going to sell for, but you can make educated guesses, right? It's an educated number that you can back by data. So that's really what's on the report. It's the data. The deals are in the data. We always like to say that. So really knowing how to read the data and interpret it and coming up with a value, right, is going to really help set you apart from every other investor that you're working with. It's going to help you really stand out in the eyes of your buyers if you know how to appraise properties well and you know how to speak the language of real estate investment. And I think a lot of like newer wholesalers skip this part.
Yeah.
And they use some software that tells them what the ARV is, right? And that's like the last thing that we would ever recommend you doing.
Yeah. If we have to do what appraisers are doing, and appraisers are comping property manually and then putting their best foot forward on the price of a property. So appraisers are dictating what the after repair value is going to be of a property. So anything other than doing what an appraiser is doing is not going to get you an accurate enough answer to that number that you want. And even, this is going to make you a better wholesaler, but if you're fixing and flipping and you're borrowing $500,000 in order to fix and flip a property, you don't want to get this wrong. You don't want to guess. You don't want to use AI. You want to have this skill set in your tool belt and be able to accurately say what an ARV is going to be of a property, to accurately value property. That's part of the skill of an investor. They see opportunity. They understand the numbers. And so like Ryan said, we're not making this up. When we say, hey, why do we determine the ARV? Why is it one of the big three numbers? Because we start from the top down, but this is going to be the future sales price that we're never going to be 100% accurate on it, but I would try to be $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 around where it needs to be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's, you can have a range as well.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about this yesterday. Yeah. You could say, hey, what can we hope and realistically expect to make if the market conditions don't change, based on some of the best comps, like what's kind of our best case scenario? And then what's kind of our like mid to worst case scenario, right? There's also like a fast ARV. Like if we needed to sell fast and like a no-brainer ARV, that's kind of the lower end of what we expect to get. So there can be a range, but just the main thing is being able to justify any ARV you put out there. And I think that's where, a lot of people can kind of see through a new wholesaler who doesn't know what they're doing. It's like you just made up this number, but you don't have anything to back it. And so I think the reasoning behind each comp that you're using is equally as important than as the comp itself. So just to be able to justify that number will really help sell the opportunity and actually get you to close that deal a lot smoother and faster, like really convincing and really providing and being a good resource for your end buyers to show them the market data. And I know myself, like Alex, other investors, like we'll actually show up to appraisals. Like when we buy, fix and sell a house, we'll actually show up when the appraisal is happening with a folder with all of the comps that support our value and reasoning and like MLS info, and really just make that appraiser's job a little easier to make sure that he sees things the way that we see, because that moment when that appraisal happens is like one of the most important points in the cycle of a fix and flip. When that property gets appraised, that's where it all comes together and your assumptions really just like come to reality.
And when you're wholesaling, you don't need to go up to the appraisal. That's in the fix and flipper's hands, the cash buyer's hands. That's their responsibility to do. But like Ryan said, when we're fixing and flipping a property, we already comped the property. We go there as like an active service, try being go-giver and say, hey, here's some comps. I just pulled them already. When I was analyzing this property, here's also the repair budget. Here's all the renovations we did the property to add value to it, just to help show the price and believe in the price and hopefully influence that price as well to be at the ARV that we want.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So how do appraisers think, right? What do they use to figure out the value? So they have to pull real estate comps, right? And so this is how residential real estate is valued, right? Single family homes, single dwelling units like condos, townhomes. When you go into commercial real estate, it's a little bit different. It's more based on the income. So we're focusing on the single dwelling units. That's the bulk of all transactions happening. So what makes a great comp, right? These are essentially the appraisal rules, right? This is how appraisers value property. So you need to start with the same type of property, right? You can't comp out a single family home with mobile home comps, right? And vice versa. If you get a mobile home under contract, you can't use single family homes as your value, even if they're next door.
Yeah.
They're different types of real estate. They're different asset classes. And so you need to make sure you're comparing apples to apples and not apples to bananas. Okay. So same type of property. It needs to be single dwelling and really the same. Is it a detached home? Is it an attached home? Right. There's different types of real estate. So you need to make sure it's the same. And so you also need to make sure that these comps have actually sold, right? Because if a property hasn't sold yet, then we don't know what price it will ultimately settle, right?
Yeah.
Where's that transaction going to close? So I think a lot of people will look at active inventory on the market and use those as comps, right? And I think there's a place for that. There's an indication of where the market's going and where it's headed, and there's different data points. But ultimately, you can never use active comps to justify your resale value on a property.
Correct.
Really never. So it has to be sold properties, and not just sold, right? Because property has been selling for decades. They have to be recently sold, right? You also have to find properties that are in the same condition as the property that you're comping out, right? So if you want to see how much your single family home is going to sell for once you do a full rehab on it, once you replace all the systems and make it look brand new, then you want to find other properties that have also been flipped, ideally, or at least renovated. For fix and flips, you want to look for flip comps, ideally, right? Ones that have been completely renovated and not lived in yet. And there's a big difference there, because as a home buyer, right, would you rather live in a property that was just renovated and no one's ever lived there before, where the floors are brand new, the paint's brand new, the counter's brand new, appliances brand new? Or would you rather buy a home that's been lived in for 5 years, even though if they might have done a nice renovation, then it's still been lived in, right? So there's that kind of that level of mindset when it comes to these comps as well. So ideally, you want to find like recently rehabbed flip comps, but if those aren't there, you want to find just the best possible condition that represents the finished product, right? So, and if you're trying to find the value of an as-is property, then find other as-is properties, right? Sold date, kind of mentioned this, but the more recent the comp, the more weight you put on it, right? We can't use comps that are 24 months old because the market changes, right? The real estate market is dynamic. It's definitely a lot slower than the stock market or other types of markets that are more real time, but the real estate market is dynamic. And so we want to use comps that are ideally within the last 6 months, ideally even sooner than that. No more than 12 months, really, it's pretty much the cutoff. Even with appraisals, they typically cut it off from 12 months prior to whenever that appraisal's happening. There are exceptions if there are no comps whatsoever. If you're in like a rural area where there's just not a lot of real estate, not a lot of transactions happening, sometimes you can go, maybe 24 months, but that's really the exception, and that's really just a last resort. But I'd rather just stay as recent as possible. So that's super important. Distance as well. We like to keep within half a mile radius of the property or less, right? If you're in the same neighborhood, if you're on the same block, ideally, like those are great comps, right? Same curb appeal. There's some markets, like, we were looking at kind of the Chicago area, that area in particular, certain parts of Chicago can be block by block, street by street. So you want to just keep a close proximity, because if you cross the train tracks, you cross a freeway, you cross a major road, you can be in a completely different neighborhood, different price point, different HOA. A lot of things can change even just from one location to the next. So
just across the train tracks.
Exactly. Yeah.
Change.
Yeah. It can be in a completely different neighborhood, different demand, different price points, inventory can be different. So again, this will come with time, right? This comes with time, looking at a lot of houses and getting to know your market, which is, what we want to help you do. And, as you're looking at your market, you'll understand this a lot better. So proximity is important. Definitely want to make sure it's in the same zip code and neighborhood. Already kind of mentioned this. That's one of the first things I look at when people share their comps with us. Is it in the same zip code?
Yeah.
Right?
Number one thing for sure. Yeah. It's the same zip.
Yeah. If it's not, then we probably have a problem. And then the size of the home, right? Big difference between 1,000 square foot home and a 2,500 square foot home, right? Different buyer, different price points. So usually around plus or minus 20% of the property that you're comping, you want to make sure all of the comps are within 20% more or less of the subject property, and ultimately, again, if you're expanding the property, if you're doing something like that, then whatever that finished product is what you're comparing to. You're finding comparables to your finished product. Beds and baths, right? That's a big factor when pricing properties, right? So a 2-1 is going to sell for less than a 4-2 every day. So beds and baths, ideally the same as the subject property. Not always going to be the case. You're going to have to learn how to adjust for more bedrooms, more bathrooms, more or less. And so that just comes again with time and looking at different properties. So appraisers also make adjustments. So if you saw that appraisal, there's adjustments for one property having a larger lot or an extra bath or an extra bedroom. So they actually put a value to that, and then they either add or subtract based on the adjustments. So this can also come in the features of a property, right? You want to make sure that it has similar features, right? The lot size, views, amenities that come with the property, right? Proximity to the ocean or a university or things that really drive the values in your neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
You want to make sure that your comps also have those similar features.
And there can be negative features too. It can be in a fly zone, and you hear planes every 30 minutes. Your property, or maybe a comp is next to all these telephone wires going through your property, and maybe that's through your comp, and it's at $400,000, and that you can make an adjustment, say, hey, my property is probably going to sell for a little bit more because it doesn't have telephone wires going through it, or vice versa. So I can go for positives like pools, or negatives like fly zones, airplanes, noise pollution. Busy streets. Those are huge.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Being next to a large industrial center, for example, like non-like kind of properties next door. That's something we always look at too. We look at the street view. We look at the Google Map view. You want to see what kind of properties are next to it. If there are any opportunities for noise pollution or traffic, things like that will definitely impact resale value. So these are all things you want to kind of start with the end in mind. What is that end buyer going to look for, right? Are they going to have to back out into a busy street every single time? Is it on a 45 mile per hour road? Like those are negatives. So it's a good point.
And this is, as you can see, there's nuance to this, and it's part art, part science. And so every single week, almost every single day, we're reviewing deals with our clients and looking at the comps. We're analyzing it because it's easy to miss one of these criteria that we have in here. So we're giving you our cheat sheet of the comp criteria. And FitLife, I see in the comments, how are we learning appraisals? You're learning it right now. We're teaching you how to appraise a property and get the ARV as we speak, and we're going to show you how to do it as well.
Absolutely. So one of the common things that we see when we're reviewing our students' deals, when we're looking at deals, what if a property has no comps, right? And this is especially the case in rural areas, like I said, where there's not a lot of activity, or if it's just a unique property, right? Like I bought a 4,200 square foot home, 10 beds, 7 baths. There were almost no comps, right? So what do you do in those situations, right? Usually I would say if you're brand new in this business, if you're just struggling to make a deal work because there aren't any comps, like keep digging deeper, of course. There's a few things you can do. You can go back further in time, right? You can go from 6 months to 12 months. You can maybe even go 24 months, like just go as far back in time as possible until you actually see some sales activity, right? So you want to just use whatever data we have, because that sets the floor, that sets the baseline for what your property can and should be worth. You can also expand your radius, to an extent, right? If you're only half a mile out, go 1 mile out, but also just make sure you're in the comparable neighborhood, right? You don't want to just go to a completely different area. Don't use a mobile home, don't use condos, don't use different types of real estate to justify, your particular property. Don't go that far out, but you can go back in time. You can expand your proximity a bit. But ultimately, if you can't find any relevant comps, then you might just want to pass on the deal, right? You might just want to say, hey, let me just find something where in an area that does have more activity, right? That does have investment going in there. Because if there aren't a lot of comps, then it could mean that there's just not a lot of investor activity in that area, or just a lot of sales happening in that particular part of town.
Yeah, and just to add to that, if you're starting out wholesaling and the property has no comps, understand the more you manipulate this criteria, like the more hairy this deal is, the more it's not a deal. And so yeah, just worry about that. Or just understand that 9 times out of 10, if it has no comps, I would just move on to the next deal if you're starting out, because you saw how quickly that we were able to find other deals that were wholesalable that then do have comps. So you can just move forward, because if you're trying to wholesale these 8-bed, 4-bath properties to a very specific cash buyer that has no comps whatsoever, I've seen people waste 40 hours a week, for 2 weeks on a property that probably no one was going to buy anyways. So when starting out, I would say just move forward. There's ways to manipulate it, expand the reach, things like that, go back in time. But a serious fix and flipper, right? If someone's wholesaling me a deal and they're going to be using comps like 3 years back and 2 miles in different cities and zip codes, I'm going to say this stuff's not usable. Find me a deal that's a lot easier to comp and easier to understand.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because think about it. If you get it under contract and you make up some value that's not based on comps and you bring it to your buyer, they're just going to say, hey, like, I can't buy this deal because if I fix it up and put it on the market, like, who knows what it's going to sell for. Yeah. So no one wants to take that risk. One other strategy is if the property produces income and you can justify that through rental comps, then that's one way to value properties as well. Like I said earlier, commercial real estate, income producing real estate, people buy the properties for the income stream, right? So if you can demonstrate a reliable, profitable income stream from a property, then you can find investors for that, right? But if you're in an area that just doesn't make sense, the property doesn't cash flow, there's not a good rental market, like a lot of those other factors, then it might just not be a good deal. But if you can demonstrate value through income, that is also one thing that you can do when there aren't a lot of good resale or flip comps. So there can be income focused investors that you can market that deal to. The other thing, it's like, if you don't find like exact comps, there might be other similar properties that have sold, and you can look at the price per square foot of those properties to at least give you some idea. And you can make a very conservative figure based on the square footage of your property, based on the other price per square foot of, the most similar properties, right? There might not be very similar comps, but just find the most similar deals that have sold in that market. And you can start to, arrange and configure a conservative value based on that. It might be a lot lower than what the seller is going to want, but at the end of the day, you're an investor, right? You don't have to buy any properties. You don't have to put anything under contract. So you just want to make sure that whatever you do put under a contract, they have a high likelihood of being able to flip that property or wholesale it to another investor who's going to do something productive with it. So now that we have that covered, let's actually find the ARV of a property together here live. So you can see how we do it. So we can kind of just show you our process and really just put this into practice. So let's take a look at some of those houses that we were looking at before. So this one with the table. So just for the record, the table is not an amenity. We talked about some features. We talked about amenities. This old faulty table is not a selling point, even though it's one of 2 photos on the property listing.
So we got 3132. Yeah. 32.
Excuse me. Yeah, this looks pretty nice. Yeah, why don't we look at this one? This one actually just hit the market, so very much fair game. It's on a decent sized lot, so that's a good plus. How's this one look?
Yeah, that one's good. The 299 one too could work.
Yeah. Okay.
32.
Which one? This
might be more.
This one. Yeah.
32. They're saying it's a slight fixture as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Master bath does not have a permit. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Let's look at this 3.2.
We can run as a 3-2.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that master bath. This looks like, okay. They kind of look the same. Okay. Yeah. Why don't we take a look at this one? So first off, we kind of need to take inventory of what this property is. So again, it's a 3-2. It's a almost 1,100 square feet and 1950 built. These are all the data points that I like to, really write down and take note of. So I like to just have my notepad and just like start to take some notes. But I'll just take some mental notes right now. So 1950s, almost a half acre lot, 0.4 acre lot. Let's also look at the price history just to kind of get the story. Looks like they either have it rented or is listed for rent. 1750, so that might be kind of the rental amount. It was sold in 2015 for 165. Okay. All right, so here on Redfin, if you click on this map under the listing, this will take you to this map. And in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a button that says nearby homes for sale. So I like to open a new tab with this just so I can keep this open. Delete some of these tabs just because there's so many open. All right. So this brings us to the search results in the area. So our subject property here is right on Toy Avenue, right? So Toy should be usually like right in the middle. I do see some train tracks here. So if you ever see this on the map, keep that in mind. So that can be a negative, and on the other side of the tracks can be a different area. So I'd ideally like to keep my comps on this side of the train tracks. And so now we simply want to look at the sold properties. So we're going to filter out sold last 6 months. Done. So I'm going to kind of zoom out. So I don't know, Redfin's kind of doing this lately. It doesn't even show. So I'm going to just refresh this. Refresh the map. And so, yeah, now it's starting to plot some of these on here. All right, cool. So we've got sold last 6 months. I'm going to filter just single family homes just to make sure that we're not looking at any duplexes, townhouses, land, mobile homes, all that stuff we don't want to look at. So I'm going to just zoom out until I'm starting to see more comps. Okay. So now we're starting to see several in the area. This looks like the closest house in proximity in the past 6 months. So let's take a look at this one. This sold. Where's this one? All right, Cal Valley Way, 4-2, 1600. So definitely a little bit bigger. This sold for 330. Okay. So this doesn't look like it's a flip. So I'm going to just kind of keep this open, not the absolute best. Let's take a look at one thing I like to do is kind of filter by price. So we can see the highest price property that sold is 470. And that's over here. So not too far, a few blocks away. This is definitely within reach. This one is on a similar lot, 0.35. It is a 4.2, 1,500 square feet. So this is certainly a bit larger, but this really represents the ceiling. So like right now, we already know from this data that our property is not going to sell more for 470. So this is really kind of the high end of what properties are selling in this neighborhood. So we got some 4.2s. Let's take a look at this one. This is a 3.1.5, closer to our size property.
415.
Yep, 415. It says true pride of ownership, new flooring, fresh paint. So it doesn't look like a flip, but it looks like it was maintained, maybe some updates. Okay. So this one is on this side of the road, of this like kind of major road. So not usually my preference, but in terms of size and bed bath count, this could be our best comp just from that perspective. So let's take a look. This is upgraded. Golf course terrace. So this tells me it might be in an HOA. Golf course terrace. So 95822. Ours is
Our comp is 95822.
Perfect.
Same zip.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So this doesn't have photos. So what I do when Redfin doesn't have photos, I like to just Google search the address, and sometimes Zillow or Realtor.com will have the photos. Not always, but I noticed this in a lot of other markets. So again, this is good reason to get MLS access. Good reason to get privy. So if this was an updated home, which by the description, it kind of tells me that it is
upgraded.
Yep. This sold for 407. Okay. So this is our best comp, I would say, so far. So ours is a little bit smaller. So what I like to look at is the price per square foot. This is 364. And our property is about 1,100 square feet, right? It's like
1098.
1098. So that puts us about 400,000. Okay. So again, that's one comp. So appraisers like to have a minimum of 3 solid comps. So that's our best one so far, I would say. These are the leads. So going back to the map, we've got one right here that's a 3-2, similar size. It is on this side of that street. So that's the only thing that I'd almost proceed with a little bit of caution with these comps, is that it is on this side of this street. But I'm just going to work with it right now, just for the sake of time and for this example. So this did sell for $396. Again, $324 a square foot.
And we see from this description, opportunity, first time on the market. This property's been owned by the same family since it was built. So most likely not a brand new remodel.
Oh yeah.
That's going to reflect that true ARV, but it can start helping us paint a picture.
Got it. Yeah, I didn't even read the description. So yeah, this first time on the market. So that often means that there's updates to be had. So yeah, this probably isn't a flip or super updated. So, but I mean, that would support a higher value for us, because ours isn't that much smaller than this. And then if this sold for just shy of 400,000, that is more support for that $400,000 ARV. So there's that 407. Here's that 470. Oh, so here is a fixer. So sometimes it's also good to look at as is comps. So we can see there's a 3-1 that sold for about 300,000 on a large lot. So that's a good indication of kind of what investors are willing to pay in this area. And this one's also a bit larger here. So I'd like to see if this one is updated as well. 3-2 for the first time ever. Okay, so probably not.
Not a lot of photos on these ones either. No. At all.
Yeah, it probably has to do with the MLS. They just don't share the sold photos. Nice. So what we can also do is go back in time a little bit longer, like we said earlier. So we're looking at 6 months. So let's see if there's any closer comps. So if we go back 12 months, there's actually a lot more comps here. So let's see. Here's one on Toy Avenue. Here's a 3-1 that sold for $390. Huge lot, investor special with lots of potential. It's pretty much the same size lot as ours. Very similar footprint. It's a 3-1. So this sold for $390. I mean, this thing's listed for $300,000, $299. So
good price.
I would say this is starting to look like a better deal by the moment.
Yeah.
So, wow.
Even with limited knowledge, I mean, at least a $400,000 ARV.
Yeah, for sure.
Limited info.
Yeah, because this is on the same street, guys. Like I said earlier, like if you find comps on the same street, like that's really what I would lean into. So, you know, this just kind of increased my perception of what the resale value is quite a bit. This wouldn't really be a comp. It's too large. This one's a little bit too small. So what we can also do, what I like to do, so okay, this sold for 385, very similar to ours, 3.2, smaller lot. So ours does have quite a bit larger of a lot. Enclosed patio. Cool. Yeah, I'm starting to get behind that 400 number as a pretty reliable ARV, possibly some upside.
Yeah.
But what I also like to do, I wanted to show you guys, is you can actually draw on the map like exactly where you want your comps to be pulled from. So if I wanted to exclude, I did a pretty bad job of drawing. Okay, I can't draw on the lines. All right, so basically you just draw this radius, and I'm just going to exclude everything on the other side of the street for now. And so I can get very concentrated with where we're searching and pulling comps. So right here, boom. So all these results are just within that that little area. And then here, I love this view, this table view on Redfin, because you can just see all the data just straight up like this. So again, highest price sale, 540. And then we go down, there was a 500K sale for a 2-1, very small. Wow. That looks like a lot. That seems like a very inflated price. So I'm curious why this sold. This was a 10,000 square foot lot. Ours is bigger. So for 500K. So something might be going on with this. Sometimes it could be like an outlier, which we don't want to put too much weight on. But there's that 390 again on toy. Yeah, the 470s here. We got that 385, another 385, a little bit bigger, not updated. So yeah, I feel pretty comfortable at 400.
Same.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you had access to the MLS or Privy, you could go even deeper, potentially see those pictures. Like Ryan mentioned, probably some potential upside too. But one thing that's important about the ARV is we're not always pushing this ARV and saying, oh my goodness, like this is going to be like 450 all day. We're saying, hey, 400,000. There's one really good comp at 407, a little bit larger, seemed to be remodeled and justified an ARV of 400,000. We see that through some properties selling at 390, similar bed bath count, not even as remodeled. So 400,000 feels, as of right now, the data we have, very conservative, but very realistic too, that it can sell at that. Knowing that our property is listed at 299 too, $100,000 spread just to start from where it's listed. Like, we love that as wholesalers. We love that as fix and flippers. It's a perfect starting point.
Yep, for sure. Like the other way to look at it too, if we sold it for 400,000, our property is 1,098 square feet. That's $364 a square foot. And so that's like pretty in line with what we're seeing here too. You know, price per square foot's a big number that you should pay attention to whenever valuing properties, appraising properties. It's not as simple as saying, you know, this comp has this price per square foot, so I'm just going to multiply it by my property square footage. It's a reference point, and you might have seen me do that, but that's not just the math equation to find your ARV. Those are different data points, and you have to make an educated decision kind of just based on that. So I just wanted to mention that this is right in line with what we're seeing for the comps in this specific area. So again, 400, very confident in that. Again, if you guys have questions on that, let us know in the comments. If you guys have other properties that you're looking at, you have questions on, like, how do I run comps? Definitely let us know kind of where your questions are at.
One thing I want to add too, Ryan and I are taking our sweet old time doing this. If we saw this lead, we'd probably do this in about 10 minutes as well, figure out the price. Additionally, how you can go a level deeper is, let's just say you were using Redfin. We'd call all of these real estate agents, have 5-10 minute conversations and ask them about the condition of the property that they sold. We congratulate them. Hey, looks like an awesome property. You sold it 21 days on the market. Just worrying about the condition of the property, because I'm an investor in the area looking to renovate some houses here. I only see one photo on Redfin as I'm looking right now. Can you explain a little bit what what the condition was of that property? So now we're just taking a level deeper, and having this familiarity with talking with real estate agents can really help you get an accurate ARV. They want to talk to you. They want to pick up their phones. They want to share information with you because you could earn their business and help them make more money as well. So just, if we have questions, it's like, man, I got questions about this. How renovated is it? We can pick up the phone, call that real estate agent and ask.
100%. Yeah. That's how you get information about comps, about listings that no one else has access to, right? Like we can all look at the Redfin data, but if you do take that extra step, call the listing agent, ask, hey, how many offers did you guys get before you ultimately close? Like, how was the traffic? Were you guys like, did you get bid up? I mean, was it a bidding war? Like, what was happening at that price that ultimately sold? So there's a story behind every comp as well. So I think that's an amazing point. Like, think about it like you're the fix and flipper, right? You really want to have utmost confidence in that number, so you can take it a lot deeper, really, than even what we went through today. Because you can either make a lot of money, or you could also lose money on these flips too. So as a wholesaler, don't have to worry about that as much because you're not buying the property, but you always want your cash buyers to be making money. So
yeah.
So ARV is super important. And don't be shy calling these agents to get information about their listings, right? Congratulate them, and then you can ask them any questions that you like about that property. So now that we found the ARV, right, the next step, the next number in our big three are the repair costs, right? How much is it going to actually cost to fix up this property that we found, to renovate it, and to make it look like some of the comps that are renovated? How we're going to get top dollar for this property, right? So we have some methods that we use. One of the ways that we recommend in our program, in our communities, we have a line item by line item repair cheat sheet. So really every single repair item that's typical in a fix and flip, we have a price for that. And so you can walk a property with this in hand, with it on your iPad. You can even do it at your desktop and really just fill it out line by line, so you can get a very detailed, accurate budget of what this property is going to need and how much it's going to cost. And so this is something that we update on a regular basis. We work with fix and flippers in different states. We invest in projects in different states. We have contract relationships across the country. So we check in, we update this regularly. And, even with that, right, the costs will vary. The costs will vary from market to market, from investor to investor, from project to project, right? Even like locally, right? We have a project going that we talked to 3 different contractors. They gave us 3 different bids for the exact same scope of work. So ultimately, there's a lot of ways that you can arrive at your rehab budget. But, one of the ways that we recommend using, especially at this point in making your offer as a wholesaler, right? We want you to make a volume of offers, but a volume of educated offers. So this is one of the frameworks that we have here to quickly estimate repairs and come up with a reliable cushion for your repair budget. And this is based on the after repair value of a property. And so these are tiers, right? We have a rental quality, entry level quality, 2 mid-level qualities, and then a high end, right? And so high end is still, depending on your market, like ARV of $1 million plus, like out here, that's still kind of entry level.
Yeah.
It's still entry level, unfortunately.
For sure.
It's market to market. But in some markets, $1 million properties are mansions, right? Are huge. So you can get a ton of house for the money in that price point. So again, this is also kind of, something that you can look at and use as a framework, as a guide, to make these offers. But ultimately, we still want you to get ingrained in your markets, to understand the pricing. What are your buyers paying for different qualities of jobs? So we do see this vary from state to state, project to project, market to market, price point to price point. But this is generally a really solid guide, national averages that we've aggregated, and looking at deals on a daily basis in different markets. So let's just take a look at our property in particular. We're in that $400,000 ARV price point.
Mhm.
So this would put us at about a $35 per square foot for the rehab, right? So, and again, this is cosmetic repairs. So cosmetic repairs are things that you pretty much put your eyes on, right? Just the things that can easily be changed, like the flooring, the painting, the doors, the lighting, light landscaping, interior, exterior stuff that just really brightens up the property. New bathrooms as well, new kitchen, things that generally happen in a fix and flip. This does not take into consideration, a brand new roof. A lot of times you can salvage an existing roof, but sometimes you will have to replace that. So this doesn't factor in a brand new HVAC system. If you have to redo the electric wiring, redo all the internal plumbing, these are things that we would add a la carte on top of this number. So for this property that we're looking at, we're about 1,100 square feet, right? This property on Toy Avenue.
Yeah, right there.
So I'd multiply, 1,100 by $35, right? That gets us to $38,500 for a cosmetic job here. Okay. So the master bath does not have a permit. So this is probably going to add some costs for permitting if we want to get plans and permits. Again, depending on the municipality, how easy and quick this is. Usually something like this, as long as it was built properly, this might be an over-the-counter permit, maybe with one inspection. So I would just add another $5,000-$10,000 just for kind of that X factor. But again, if we look at the photos, doesn't look like there's missing drywall and roof leaks and just some major issues that we see some of the houses we were looking at earlier. Would definitely need a much bigger budget. Those are more full gut rehabs, but something like this, I would say we're going to be around $45,000 to maybe $50,000 all in. You do have a large yard, so these numbers do factor in very light landscaping. With this amount of yard and with some of it unfinished, if you really want to get top dollar, then you're going to need to do more landscaping. So I'd probably add another $5,000 for that as well. So I'd say about $50,000 is a solid budget. You might be a little bit north of that as well. So that is really how we can quickly get to a repair number. Again, without having to get a construction crew out to the property, while doing this at our laptop or desktop, without having to inspect it necessarily. And so this is really for the purpose of submitting our offer. Right? If we're going to buy this house, if we're going to flip this house, we're going to get some boots in the ground. We're either going to have a home inspector go out there or a contractor. As a wholesaler, your cash buyer is probably going to walk the property, or they're going to send someone out to look at the property. And during that time, they can make sure that everything that we're looking at on the front end that is checking out, right? And so this again is just the initial part of it. We would want to make a discovery call to the agent. We're going to want to talk to the agent, understand what's going on, make sure that everything we're seeing, all of our assumptions at this point are aligned with what they're telling us as well. So that when we do our formal inspections, when we get our cash buyers out to the property, that in case there are things that weren't discovered, weren't disclosed on the front end, then that gives us an opportunity to renegotiate, gives us leverage if we have to reduce our price at that point. So again, my point here is we don't want to spend, 2 days calling contractors, getting someone to the property, coming up with a formal scope of work, and then getting multiple bids just to make the offer, right?
Yeah.
We do that when we have it under contract, when we know that the seller's willing to accept an investor offer, willing to accept something that's still in the ballpark of where we are going to close at. But if they're just stuck on their number and we have to come in, $50K under, and they're just like, hey, we're not even entertaining anything below list price, then we don't want to waste anyone's time.
Correct.
Right. We'd rather work on the 50 other leads that we just found today. So again, like this is a volume game, and there is an opportunity to sharpen the pencils and really dial that in. But for this stage, this is exactly what we're looking for, and this is exactly what we'd recommend you doing.
So awesome work. I mean, very fair, reasonable budget. $50,000 should be more than enough to take care of this. Very conservative, fair ARV at $400,000 as well. Took our time going through the numbers, but like you mentioned too, at this point, we do want to call the real estate agent first before we even do this in-depth analysis to make sure they're willing to work with us, making sure that this is an investment type property. It's part of this discovery call process that we want to do. Just like Ryan said, a lot of people get stuck wholesaling, fixing, flipping properties because all they're doing is analyzing properties and they're not even submitting any offers. And they're doing that for weeks and weeks on end and then wondering why they haven't got any deals under contract.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to also share a very important tool in our flipping business. We do use this from time to time with wholesales, but especially on the flip side, when we are buying, fixing, doing renovations, rehabs, having a scope of work template is very helpful, right? How do you structure your rehab? How do you stay organized when you're looking at a house and you're like, what the heck am I doing here?
Yeah.
Right. Like I know this place needs a lot of work, but, and I know I need to delegate this to contractors. I know I need to bid this out, sub this out to other contractors to get the work done. So this scope of work template is very helpful if you guys are flipping houses, if you guys are really trying to understand repairs and really get granular with it. So Tim, can you shoot this out in the chat, please? And this is something that you guys want to get your hands on just to really help you see what it looks like when you're planning out a rehab, when you're mapping out what exactly needs to get done on a house, and really stay organized, right? And like we've tried a lot of different methods. We've had different spreadsheets, Word docs, we've had different templates. And so this is a really simple but tried and true way to stay organized. And so I think it's just helpful to get your head around all the different components of a house, what to look for when you're looking at these properties, when you're walking properties. And this will really help you have that confidence whenever you're looking at deals to know that you're not missing anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So check that out. Scope of work template. I know you guys will get a lot of value out of it. I use it like all the time with my renovation projects when we're doing deals and improving homes. So check that out, you guys. Let us know if it's helpful. We'd love to hear about it. If you guys are watching the replay, again, it'll be in the description. All right, so off to the third of our big three numbers. This is where it all comes together, guys. This is the deal calculator, okay? This is where we figure out how much can we offer on this property, on any property. So if you guys have been following along and looking at your own deal, this is where it all comes together. So hopefully you guys have now found the ARV, the repairs. And so we're going to look at our deal calculator, guys. So do we use this calculator a lot, Alex?
Every single day. It's responsible for millions and millions in transactions and profits. And if you see me smiling, this is my favorite part. This is where we can be a transaction engineer. This is where we make the deals happen. The deals aren't real until we plug in this ARV number that we have, the repairs, and we figure out where we can offer on this property, put in a real life offer that if this price is accepted, if this price is in the contract, we can wholesale this house. We can make $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. Really, how well we are at negotiating this purchase price is really going to dictate the wholesale fee that we do get. And so this is the fun part. And we call this massaging the numbers as we start to go in here and start to get all of our numbers down to the T. And what's really important, we started this saying, hey, the best wholesalers also understand fix and flippers can see what they see. We use this calculator for wholesaling and fixing and flipping. It's the same exact calculator. So there's not two different calculators because we analyze it from the eyes and perspective of a cash buyer who's fixing and flipping a property. If it's not a deal for a cash buyer, if they can't make a profit, which we determine through our calculator, we see their profit potential they're going to make. If they're not going to make a profit, they're not going to buy this freaking deal. So before you waste the time submitting an offer at a price that is not going to work for them, this calculator stops you from making that offer at that price and actually submitting an offer that is going to make your ideal wholesale fee and for your cash buyer to make that profit. And now we have a wholesalable deal.
Right.
Yeah,
absolutely. So once you guys to follow along, this again is one of the most, if not the most important tool in your business, in your wholesaling business, in your fixing, flipping business. It's something we use every single day in our businesses and when we coach our students. So if you understand this, you're going to understand so much about real estate investments, how it works, and really just start to think like the end buyer, which is ultimately what we want you guys all to become at the end of the day. Build the capital to ultimately buy these deals. So go ahead and download the deal calculator, guys. Get your free copy. There's no cost or anything to it. We shared the link in the chat, so you guys can go get it real quick. And it's also in the description if you guys are watching the replay. So we're going to plug in all of our numbers and see how much money that we can make on this deal, which is really pretty exciting. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull up our copy of the calculator. So I like to just keep everything at 0 to begin with. And so up top, you can fill out the property information if you like. I'm going to skip that for now, and we can just get right to the numbers. So I like to start with the ARV, right? We always start with the end in mind. So same order as when we figure these numbers out, we always start with the ARV. So our ARV, if you guys remember, is $400,000. And this represents our net proceeds once we sell the property, right? We go in the market, someone buys it, it's $400,000 worth of proceeds that comes our way. But it's not all profit, of course, I wish. We have some sales costs. So we've got our sales cost. We have to pay a listing broker to sell the deal for us. We still budget for buyer's broker commission. And then we have some closing costs as well. So that's what you'll see here is the sales costs. This isn't money out of your pocket when you buy the deal and fix it up. This comes out of the resale proceeds. This comes out of that $400,000. So going up, moving our way up, we're going to plug in the repair costs. So we decided on $50,000 as a healthy rehab budget for this roughly 1,100 square foot property. And so from here, we're going to plug in our holding costs. So property taxes are probably going to be around, $5,000 a year, roughly. It's California, so it might be a little bit high. We're about like 1.25%. So I'm just going to ballpark $5,000 for the year. Might be on the high end again. Maybe do like 4,500. Insurance, we can safely assume that we can probably pay around $150 a month. I'm just going to ballpark for this example. I usually like to get a real quote. We have some cool tools that you can use to get a real bindable quote just in moments, but I'll go ahead and just ballpark for now for the sake of time for this example. Utility costs, again, about $150 a month. Don't think this property's in an HOA.
No.
Otherwise, it would we would put the HOA fees in here. If there were tenants and we wanted to pay them to move out, also known as cash for keys, or if we had difficult tenants that we needed to evict, there's a line item for that. So you can put in your legal fees, your eviction costs in here. Fortunately, this home looks vacant, so we don't need to do that. Any miscellaneous. So I did factor in permitting fees into our rehab budget, but if you were paying, an architect, or if you had any other like lawyer fees, things like that, any miscellaneous fees would go here. So this pretty much catches all rehab costs. And then of course we have closing costs on the acquisition. And hey, Alex, so we have our wholesale assignment fee here. This is at the top. This is how wholesalers get paid. This is how we make our money. So let me ask you something. How much money do we want to make on this deal?
Let's be like Robert. Let's make $20,000 on this deal and we'll split it 50-50. 10K,
right.
10K.
Cool.
Let's do that.
That's fair to me.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to plug in $20,000, guys. So this is where we decide how much we want to make on this deal. Again, things could change. We can massage the numbers as we go on, but this will definitely tell us how much we need to make or how much we need to offer on this deal to make it a winner. So I'm going to just start with the asking price, right? So the asking price for this deal is $299,000. It's always a good place to start. Usually not where we end up. So $299,000. So if we bought it for the asking price and then we resold it for $400,000 after spending $50K plus our holding costs, I actually need to adjust this time. So hold time is also important because time is money in this business. And the longer you hold the property, the more holding costs you have, right? Property taxes, insurance, utilities. If you're borrowing money, you have cost of capital, interest payments. So with a light rehab like this, I would say we can probably get in and out of this property in, let's say, 6 months. And that's also factoring, the rehab time, your time on market, which let's call it 30 days before we accept an offer and go under contract. And then we also need that buyer to get their loan and close on the property. So at least 30 to 60 days for that. So with the rehab, I usually like to budget around 1 week for every $10,000 of repairs. So this puts us at about 5 weeks. So all in all, plus a little contingency, I'd say around 5 to 6 months is realistic and pretty reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, we can see that this deal would basically break even, right? We might make $1,000 if we paid cash for this deal with all of these numbers in play, but that's not going to work for any buyers. I don't think anyone's going to want to do all that work for $1,000 at asking price. So we know, if we're working with a lot of buyers, kind of what an attractive criteria would be. But at the end of the day, you as a wholesaler, this is where it all ties back to your criteria and your cash buyer's criteria. Like this is where you have to start with the end in mind, right? How much profit does your cash buyer want to make on a flip like this, right? Is it 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, right? What's that minimum net acceptable profit that they need to pull out of this deal to make it worth their while, right? They need to get excited about this deal. They're going to want to, be calling you and knocking at your door to win this deal versus the other buyers that you might be putting it in front of. So let's say we have a buyer that wants to make at least $35,000 per flip and at least a 10% deal ROI, right? That's pretty fair. And that's not the most competitive, but it's pretty competitive. Yeah. So I would say let's try this at, $270,000. So this is where we massage the numbers and ultimately see what purchase price is going to make sense for this deal. So at 270, we can see that this deal would net $31,000 and it would produce a 9% deal ROI. So again, this might be a good deal for your buyers, right? Everyone here in this audience, if you have any buyers, this might be a great deal at that price for them. If we're trying to solve for a 10% deal ROI and a $35K profit, then we're probably gonna have to reduce our purchase price by about another $5,000. So I'd say 265 would get us there. So 265 purchase, again, 20K wholesale fee to us, split between me and Alex, 10-10. And then 50K repairs would get us to 36K in net profit for the end buyer, the fix and flipper, and then 10.62 deal ROI at the end of the day. So that looks like a deal. I think we found our offer price, and we could always start lower. So this is our maximum allowable offer, right? Doesn't mean that this is our initial offer. So we may offer at 250 to start the conversation and see where it goes, right? If we make a discovery call with this agent and we say, hey, there's no offers on this property. The seller's ready to sell. They're ready to move on. They've already bought their next house. They just want to move. That can be a great indication of like, hey, well, I'm gonna come in at 250 instead. And that might actually work out. And you can decide to beef up your wholesale fee, or you could give an even better deal to your cash buyer. That's up to you.
And for anyone hopping in here now, into the live or watching the replay, earlier we brought up Daniel too on his latest fix and flip that he got under contract $150,000 below the list price. So I was smiling ear to ear because this property is listed at $299. And so I know probably some people are watching this right now and they're saying, how the heck do I offer or get this property below the list price? That's what we do the majority of the time. Majority of the time, these properties are listed at too high of a price. And we as investors and wholesalers and fix and flippers, we have to offer where it works for us and our partners, for our cash buyer. So through massaging of the numbers, this is only, I say only $35,000 below list price to make a $20,000 wholesale fee. Every single day, every single week, every single month, us and our clients and our partners, we're doing deals like this. Like this is not far off from a typical deal that we can do and make a $20,000 wholesale fee, get this conversation started and get an offer in as soon as possible on air.
Yeah, great point. And it's not even that far off from their asking price.
No,
So,
not at all. Yeah.
I think they've priced it well, but we can certainly come in and negotiate a deal that makes sense for us. So, this is something that comes up a lot with newer students that come to us. They feel bad for submitting a lower offer. They feel scared, nervous, anxious, but you just have to realize, like, would you rather pay asking price and have your buyer make $1,000, and they're probably losing money at that point because they have cost of capital. Or would you rather make an offer that makes sense and you both walk away with profit, and then you can do more deals, right?
Yeah.
They're going to come back to you over and over and over again. So would you rather be faced with the anxiety and the uncomfortability of submitting a lower offer, or would you rather get into a bad deal and go under contract on a property, waste everyone's time because you're probably going to have to cancel it?
Yeah.
Right. Which scenario would you prefer? Right. Canceling a deal because you didn't know what you're doing, or making an offer that you knew you could stick to and you could honor your word and use that as an opportunity to get in front of this agent, build your brand, get known in your market, and start the conversation to see if they maybe have other deals. Right. And they know that you're a closer. They know that you're a good option for them when they do decide to reduce the price, if they don't accept it immediately. So great point. So yeah, that's where we want to be with our offer, right, guys? So this all boils down to getting that number and really being confident in that. And so at the end of the day, it comes down to, what return are your buyers looking for? The higher return you have, the more profit in the deal, the more exciting it's going to be, the easier it's going to be to sell this deal, to flip the paper to an end buyer at the end of the day. So,
I mean, we're talking about this nonchalantly, but we just analyzed the deal on exactly where we need to offer and where you can make $20,000 on this deal. I mean, this is exactly how it's done. We've done this, as you can tell, probably thousands of times. But this, if you understand this and you understand the ARV, Ryan and I are confident in these numbers 100%. We didn't deflate the ARV. We're not saying the repair cost is $20,000. That would get you into trouble. You put under contract too high of a price, waste everyone's time. We didn't say that the ARV is going to be $500,000. What would happen there? We put it under contract above the list price. But now at this point, we're confident in the offer that we have. We're confident in the buyers that we have, that we can wholesale this deal. And that's just exactly what we do on a day-to-day basis with every single deal that we do, or every single offer that we send. This is the work that we do. And now from here, because we did the work, it's all facts. We're not saying, hey, the ARV, it should be 500,000 because the market's going to appreciate. We're basing it off of numbers, off of comps that an appraiser is going to look at. So this skill set, this being able to massage these numbers, understand these numbers. If you get great at this, you can be set for the rest of your life. I mean, that's what we always say. This is part of the skill sets, one of the skill sets that allows us to keep on, doing what we're doing today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well said. So I hope someone out there is going to lock up this deal and take advantage of this. Right. So
yeah, whoever was in Sacramento now.
Yeah, our Sacramento friend out there, hopefully you're still watching. This one's for you. So
yeah.
Couple of frequently asked questions when it comes to the deal calculator, right? It's probably a lot, especially if you're looking at it the first time, right? If you just downloaded it, you click the link, you got it. It's a lot, right? So this is what we help people with every day. Some frequently asked questions, right? What should my offer price be? So you saw us calculate our offer. It comes down to the investor profit, your criteria. We're solving for an amount of profit on the deal, right? I believe that there's a price that makes every property a good investment most of the time. And it's our job to figure out what that's going to be. So it ultimately depends on the exit strategy, like we talked about. Then what's your wholesale fee, right? How much should your wholesale fee be? So I think there might be a couple good rules of thumb, right? First things first, I, out of principle, recommend having your wholesale fee be less than the projected profit that the fix and flipper is going to make. Right. So I think, you're obviously getting out of this deal, not investing in it. You're
no risk, done the right way.
No risk, not buying the deal, not spending 6 months on the property. So, in all fairness, the fix and flipper should be projected to make more than what you're going to make on the deal, right? There can be some friction if you're trying to make a 6-figure fee, but your buyer's only making 50K.
Yeah.
Right. So that's really how you squeeze all the juice out of the deal and don't leave a lot of meat on the bone for your end buyer, right? You want them to make money.
Yeah.
You want them to get rich off of your deals because they're going to pick up your phone call when you answer. They're going to want to do deals with you. They're going to want to bring you in on their operation because of how much money you're helping them make. So don't be shy. Don't be afraid of leaving a little too much meat on the bone. Like, right, take your fee. But this business is about adding value first, right? Being a servant for your buyers and really leading with value.
You want them to cut you that check, cut you that wholesale fee check, then say, hey, find me another one, right? I'm ready to buy 3-4 more this month.
Yeah, you want them to be smiling when they're cutting you that $20,000 check. You want them to be thanking you. You want them to be excited to be paying you these checks because they know that when you're calling, they're making money, right?
100%.
So yeah, if you're not sure, I mean, I would say like maybe cap it at around 50% of the projected profits. Just a rule of thumb. Again, it's totally subjective. It's all subject to negotiation. But if you're at 50% of the projected profits, then you shouldn't really get any pushback. How much interest to put in, right? So this is a fix and flip calculator. So there is a section where you can put in cost of capital, financing costs, right? Because a lot of investors, they do buy with cash, but a lot of investors also use hard money, private money. A lot of our students, a lot of our deals, we raise money so that we don't put anything out of pocket, but we're still providing a nice return to our investors, to our lenders. And so what we advise, if you're just using these deals for wholesaling, you don't necessarily need to put anything in that financing cost of borrowed capital, because if you're working with cash buyers, then they're typically looking at that deal ROI and just that they're looking at this on a cash basis. So the thing is, if you're working with multiple buyers, they might have different financing costs of capital, right? They might have different down payments, different loan to values, different loan to costs, right? These are lending terms. So there's different financing scenarios for different buyers. So if you just level the playing field and focus on the deal ROI without any cost of capital, then it just makes it the easiest to shop it around to multiple buyers at the same time. At the same time, if you do have a buyer who does have a very specific type of financing structure, then that's what this is for too. You can structure it that way. Just be ultra clear, and that's part of vetting your buyers and how they're funding these deals, how much are they paying in interest and points, how much are they putting down, so that you can run that scenario in this calculator as well. And then, how much profit is an investor looking for, right? So that's a question you want to ask your buyers, right?
Yes, them.
Yeah. So, it really depends on the price point. It is a function of both the deal ROI and the profit. So, I definitely don't like doing any flips where I'm not making at least $40,000, $50,000 at a minimum, but it also depends on the price point, which is why it's also about the deal ROI. So an example is if you had to put $1 million cash to make $50,000 of profit, is that a good deal ROI? Probably not.
No.
Right. But if you had to put $100,000 into the deal to make $50,000, that would be a lot better, right?
Yeah.
That's a 5% ROI versus a 50% ROI. So I'd rather take the 50 all day. So it's not just about the total profit in the deal. It's also about the deal ROI, right? How much is that total investment compared to the amount of profit that's generated from that deal?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's not just one, it's not just the other, right? So that's why you got to get ultra clear to really understand what kind of deals you're looking for so you can really be the best wholesaler out there. So now that we know what price to offer, right, we got to submit the offer. Okay. So we're all about submitting quality offers, right? So what's the number one thing that moves the needle with the MLS offer system?
Written offers, written contracts. That moves the needle. Number one thing.
Absolutely.
Nothing else really matters. You can't get a deal under contract without a written offer.
100%. Yeah. I mean, whether you're working the MLS offer system or whether you're doing any off-market marketing, like if you're not submitting offers, you're not closing deals. And like, unfortunately, we talk to a lot of people who are on that marketing hamster wheel. We're generating leads for months and months and months and feeling like they're making progress, but still haven't submitted an offer. We talk to people every single week, every single day. It feels like that are in that trap of just burning through cash, generating leads. They feel excited because they're getting lists and software and they're looking at all these properties, driving for dollars. But at the end of the day, they're not sending any offers.
Yep.
So you're never going to get a deal if you never submit an offer. So this is the number one thing that we track in our businesses and in our students' businesses, and what we hold them accountable to as well. So of course, in order to submit an offer, you need to have a purchase agreement, right? So we are also giving away one of our tried and true wholesale real estate contracts, which you can download for free. There's no catch or anything. We just want to give you guys more value today so you're equipped to offer on any properties that you're coming across. This is an investor-friendly wholesale real estate contract. I'm going to drop a link in the description so you guys can check it out, get it for yourself. If you guys haven't already, then go ahead and download that right now. So you guys are prepared. If you come across a deal, you can use this to submit your offer. We're going to talk about some of the terms and how to really structure that offer in just a moment. But yeah, definitely get that download so you can practice filling it out, get comfortable with the terms and really how to structure it. I think contracts are a big area of uncertainty, anxiety, big learning opportunity with a lot of people who are just getting into this business. So if you're a realtor, you're probably more familiar with contracts. If you're more experienced, you've definitely been involved in contracts before, but definitely get your hands on it, read it. Alex always says, contract is the lay of the land once you get into a deal. So know your contract like the back of your hand, because the more you know your contract, the better investor you're going to be, right? It's like it's playing chess, not checkers, right? When you know that contract, you know the contingencies, you know your way out, right? You know the timelines, you know the deadlines, you know what the obligations of each party are. So very important, know the contract, but then, submit quality offers.
Yeah.
Right.
And on the contract too, I like to say, Ryan reads contracts in the morning for fun. For me, it's a little different. I always like to say, get a hold of this contract. For me, I got to go to Starbucks, order 4 shots of espresso to work my way through the contract. But I do like to say it's the law of the land. You have to understand the contract. It might be, our contract's gonna be a few pages. It's a lot of it's for off-market deals. When we're working with real estate agents, we're gonna be using the local real estate contract as well. It might be 20 pages, but everything in there is pretty darn clear. And if you want to be in real estate, you're going to be using contracts. And one more thing on written offers, whether you want to wholesale a house, you got to send a written offer. If you want to fix and flip a house, you got to submit a written offer. If you want to buy and hold rental properties or a commercial building or apartment building, you got to send a written offer. Then you have to understand that 100% of the offers you send aren't always going to work out. They might not be accepted. They might be countered, or you might get a deal under contract. There's too much stuff going on with the property. You're not going to purchase it. But this is the number one KPI that in your business, especially as a wholesaler, you will be able to get down to understanding how many written offers you need to send in order to get one deal under contract that you can wholesale and make $10,000 or $20,000 on. And when you understand these written offers are worth their weight in gold, and you make a daily offer goal, what we always like to say, an offer a day keeps the 9 to 5 away, the 9 to 5 job away, keeps the W-2 away. Because if you do an offer a day, you can submit 30 offers in a month. And we usually see 10 to 15 written offers will get you a deal. So that could be anywhere from 2 to 3 deals in a month. But notice how I'm not talking about how many phone calls you make to real estate agents. I'm not talking about how many text messages you send, how many voicemails you send. I'm not talking about how many hours you talk to real estate agents about what their favorite sports team is. I'm talking about how many written offers you're sending on deals. That's what moves the needle in this business. That's what's going to allow you to be able to follow up with the agents. That's what's going to have agents following up with you, because you are a serious, no nonsense buyer in this transaction that they want to work with, someone who can actually close deals. It's just part of the reasoning on why written offers are so important. It's also, there's a lot of problems why beginner wholesalers aren't succeeding, but it's one of the top problems, if not the number one problem, is, like you said, they are driving for dollars, writing down 30 addresses in 6 months, and they haven't submitted one offer. You're never going to get a deal unless you submit an offer. And if you are here and you've been looking at doing this for 3 months or 6 months and you haven't submitted an offer, that's exactly why you haven't got a deal. That's exactly why. And so when we talk about the MLS, And when we talk about the alternatives, is cool. You could spend money generating leads. You could buy leads or pay for pay-per-click advertising and pay literally $500 for a distressed house lead. Or you can use the day zero strategy like we showed you, and in 1 minute find multiple leads on the market that didn't cost you anything that are distressed that you could submit offers on. That's the power of this. And this is why, it's perfect for someone looking to start out. But even if you are advanced, why advanced investors come in here, because they're not paying for these leads at all. And they can just focus on offer generation, not lead generation. Offer generation, offer submission is what's going to move the needle in your business. What do I mean by that? It's what's actually going to produce a profit for your business. And profit is the oxygen to your business. If you're researching wholesaling, if you're thinking about it or fixing and flipping or real estate, and you're not doing any deals and it's been 2 years, you're probably not an actual real estate investor. You're more of like a hobbyist. Like it may be something that interests you, but how do you get in the game? You submit offers like we're talking about here. This is how you get in the game. It's this important. It's this important that we're talking about it right now, that we're taking our time to talk about it. And we got a whole freaking slide on it.
For sure. And to submit an offer, just like you guys have seen today, that requires going through that process. And when you go through that process enough times, it's how you develop skills, right? Repetition is the mother of mastery. It's the mother of skill. So when you develop these skills, that's how you become a better investor, an educated investor, and then you can make better decisions. So going through that process, submitting these offers, you're going to just get so much sharper along the way. You're going to understand your market. You're going to know how to structure these deals, and you're going to be building relationships along the way with agents and really become that active player in your market. So if you're looking at houses but never taking action, then you're not really a player in the market yet. Yeah. So this makes you an action taker. This shows that you're serious. This shows that you are truly buying houses and not just saying it. And so this is what we focus on really tremendously inside of our communities and our program, and really what we want you guys to also see as the main thing to focus on in your business. The number one thing that you should be tracking is the amount of offers that you're sending out. We're about this so much, like we teach this so much that we have a call every single Monday dedicated to this inside of our community, where we hold our members accountable. Yep. Right? Accountability is so important in any business, in any endeavor. And so, we have a lot of students creating accountability partnerships amongst themselves, but we also want to fill that void as well. Like we want to be your accountability partner. So every single Monday, we have our members submit their KPIs for the week ahead, any KPIs from the past week, how they did, what did they actually do, what did they say they're going to do, what were the challenges, what were the obstacles, and then what were the wins. And then we come together every single week so that we can hold you to whatever goals that you're setting for yourself, right? So, and then we can talk about them, what went right, what went wrong, what do you need help with, and then we can continue to work on that throughout the week. So we are really an implementation program, yep. Right? We don't just talk about it. We want to help you actually implement it, and really together, we're right there with you. So this is just a little snapshot from our community. We have a form where you can actually submit your goals, submit your KPIs, and we want to make sure you're submitting the offers, right? Yeah. Not just taking in all the information and doing nothing with it. We want you to win. We want you to succeed. We want you to make money and really change your life. Mm-hmm. So let's talk a little bit about the terms of an offer, right? So obviously you need to put the property address. You need to make sure that's right. You'd be surprised at how many real estate agents put the wrong address on an offer, right? Yep. So you want to make sure that that's accurate, or else you're going to be buying the wrong property. So you want to make sure you put the purchaser name or entity, right? Do you need an LLC to wholesale real estate, Alex?
No, you do not. No, you can wholesale in your personal name. Yeah. That's how a lot of us get started. Wholesale deal or two in our personal name, use those funds to then start our own LLC.
Absolutely. Yeah. Is it recommended? Yes. Yeah. Should you have it eventually? Yes. But do you need it? No. So it can be your personal name, can be your business entity, either or.
And just like an agent can get the subject property address wrong, they can get your purchaser name wrong or entity name wrong. It's happened dozens of times for me. So as we send the agent these offer terms, we're going to get a contract back. We'll talk about that. But we're then checking and making sure what we're telling the agent, what we want, the correct offer price, all the numbers are correct in there to making sure we're sending a quality, valid offer.
Absolutely. Right. So offer price, very important number. financing structure. So if you're offering all cash, then there's no financing needed. You can cross that out. You can reinforce that it's an all cash offer. If you are offering financing, then great. Well, you need to list that. What's your down payment? How much are you financing? All of that good stuff. But what we prescribe, typically wholesalers, you're offering all cash with no financing contingency, which makes it very strong compared to a traditional buyer who is getting a loan, which typically that's a contingency, meaning if they can't get financing for whatever reason, if their loan doesn't get approved, then they can cancel the contract and walk away, and the seller just wasted a few weeks of time. So that's how our cash offers are so much stronger than a comparable offer with financing, right? We can offer speed and certainty. So financing is there. Earnest money deposit. So this is something that you typically will want to have in your offer, anywhere from $100 at the bare minimum, but usually around 1% of the purchase price is what you'd want to put in there. So $100,000 property, probably want to put anywhere from $500 to $1,000 as your earnest money deposit. Again, this is a refundable deposit as long as you cancel the contract within your contingencies, right? And then if you when you do close on the property, that gets credited towards the purchase price. So a lot of times with EMDs, how we ideally want to structure our wholesale deals, when we say you don't need any money in this business to do deals, like a lot of the deals we structure, we have our financial partner, right? Our cash buyers, we assign the deal to them before we have to fund the earnest money deposit. Mm-hmm. So that's one way where you can truly do these wholesale deals without any money out of pocket. Your cash buyer will take control of this contract, right? There's usually 3 to 5 days after the seller accepts your offer before the earnest money is due into the title company or into the escrow. So in that time frame, that's plenty of time to call your cash buyers, communicate with them, get this deal assigned to them. Sometimes this can happen same day of getting the property under contract, like within 24 hours. Then at that point, they're responsible for putting in the earnest money deposit. They're responsible for performing on that contract. And if you use the assignment addendum that we just shared with you in the comments and description, we have an assignment addendum that actually can secure your fee before the deal even closes. So you can get paid your wholesale fee even before the transaction ever closes. So really some creative ways that you can structure this to make sure that you're still winning, even if your buyer ends up not closing on the deal. So earnest money deposit should be in there. Contingencies, talked about this a little bit with the financing, but typically with the wholesale offer, right, your only contingency is going to be your inspection. And so we typically want to have around 7 days for inspection to make sure that your cash buyers can get into the property, inspect it. It gives you time to shop around the deal to multiple buyers if you need to, and just make sure that you get this thing assigned before your earnest money deposit goes non-refundable, right? Before it goes hard. So, but if you're in a very competitive market, if you're wanting to make your offer even stronger, then a shorter inspection period may be warranted. So maybe 3 days. So it gives you 3 days to actually get the deal done, to wholesale the property, or else you can walk away, or else you can cancel the agreement and get your earnest money deposit back. The good thing about cash offers as well, you don't have, like I mentioned, financing. You don't need an appraisal contingency, which is very common with financed offers. So once you kind of realize this, you realize that sure, your offer might be a little bit lower than someone coming in with a mortgage, but the seller gets the certainty that you can close, right? After your inspection period is up, you're pretty much locked into the deal. You or your buyer is pretty much locked in at that point. So things can happen a lot faster when you're working with cash or investor financing, like hard money or private money, which is basically like cash. So there's some other title contingencies built in, right? If the seller can't deliver free and clear title, then typically the buyer can cancel, and no harm, no foul, because then that's on the seller. So you also want your close of escrow date. Typically, the fastest we see people close these days is like 7 days. Most cash buyers still are going to want like 14 days, 21 days. But at the end of the day, like, we want to cater our offers to meet the seller's needs, right? It's all about the seller too. You want to make your offer really attractive by the terms as well. And that's why we do discovery calls. That's why we actually take the time to ask what the seller wants, right? When do they want to close? We don't really care as long as we're getting a good deal, right?
Yeah.
A lot of investors say they can close in 5 days, 7 days, but maybe the seller doesn't even want to close that fast, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they need 30 days, maybe they need 60 days to get their life together and move out of the property. So it's not just about a quick close, right? That is attractive in a lot of instances, but a lot of times sellers want longer closes.
Yep.
Right. The difference is compared to a retail buyer, retail buyers, they're on their own timelines, right? They have a specific closing date that they want to close on. Investors, we can close whenever, as long as we're getting our deal, as long as we're getting a good price that makes sense for us. Like we can wait. We don't want to wait too long, but the market can shift if we wait 6 months, but we can basically close whenever the seller wants to close.
And a big part of the MLS offer system that we use is talking to real estate agents, like you said. There's a lot of people out there is blasting a lot of offers, not talking to real estate agents, not building relationships with them, not asking the real estate agent what their seller wants in the contract. That's a big difference between what we're doing here. And when we go through these offer terms, with what Ryan was saying, not every seller wants to close in 10 days. Maybe they need 28 days or maybe they need a 14-day close, but you have to lease it back to them for 14 days. And when you call the real estate agent, they know now when you submit an offer, they've talked to you, they've talked to Ryan, they've talked to Paul, they've talked to whoever, and they know with this offer, these additional terms that we've talked about, they're going to take care of their seller. That's what they want at the end of the day. So if you're out there just blasting offers, not communicating to agents whatsoever, you're not going to have a quality offer. That's what we're talking about, the quality of this offer. When we give the real estate agent and the seller exactly what they want, because we talk to them as well, that's going to greatly increase the likelihood of you being able to put these deals under contract. Because at the end of the day, if there's two offers, even if they were the same price, someone who blasted 100 offers out to the same agent versus you who spoke to the agent, had a 15-minute phone conversation, same price, everything's the same, 9 times out of 10, this agent's going to go with your offer because they know you and there's rapport there already. So just communicating to the agent, and you can call it building rapport, building a relationship. Sometimes 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes of conversation with the real estate agent can also be the difference maker in making your offer stand out versus the competition.
Absolutely. So a couple other things on the offer terms, I mentioned, seller to deliver free and clear title. That's usually baked into contracts, but we always just like to be ultra clear just to make sure there's no liens that we're assuming on the property or unpaid property taxes or code violations, things like that. So we just want to make sure that sellers are delivering that title, which, sometimes they refuse to, or maybe they don't even know that there's a lien on the property and they don't have the cash or are unwilling to bring the cash to the table to actually clear those liens and deliver a clear title. So we always just want to make sure that's in there so that it's ultra clear and that we don't have to be stuck with a property that has, maybe some negative equity on it that we have to assume. Also, as far as buyer's agent, right? If you're using a buyer's agent on the property, we typically advise using the listing agent to write up and submit offers because that incentivizes them to work with our offer. It streamlines communication. And the listing agent has an opportunity to earn more money per deal, right? Yep. And I think everybody would rather make more money than less money doing the same amount of work, right? Yep. So, in our training, in our program, we do have some advanced strategies on how to leverage buyer's agents. If you are a real estate agent, you have a lot of flexibility with how you can leverage your license in these transactions. Whether you want to represent yourself and earn a commission plus a wholesale fee, that opportunity is there for you. What I've been doing and, what Alex has done in the past as well is, even if we have our real estate license, calling the listing agent and, telling them that, hey, I'm a real estate agent, but I'm mainly an investor and I'm willing to have you represent my offer. Even though I can represent myself, I'd like to have you represent my offer, listing agent, because I'm in it for the deal, right? I want to win this deal and I want to show you that I'm in this to build a relationship with you. And, I'm an investor first, so I'm willing to do whatever it takes. And I can't tell you how many times that's worked very well to build relationships. And now that listing agent's calling me every time, they have a deal and they want to work with someone who they know is, is a team player and that, they can make more money off of at the end of the day, right? So there is an opportunity to also go unrepresented on transactions. So we do have some training on that. Don't really advise that unless you're more experienced with contracts and investments. But that is something that, especially in today's environment with the rules around buyers, agents, there is an opportunity to do that. And when you do that, you waive the buyer side commission altogether, which can net the seller more money on an exact same offer, compared to one that has buyer's agent commission factored in there. So again, can be a whole conversation around that, but just know that there's some flexibility when it comes to the buyer's agent. If you're unlicensed, we definitely recommend working with the listing agent as the first order of operation.
Mm-hmm.
So with your offer, guys, we talked about it a little bit earlier today, but you want to have a proof of funds, right? And I know we had some comments today talking about proof of funds. How do you get a proof of funds? Where do I get that? So not all proof of funds are created equal. So we'll start with the most powerful proof of funds, which is a bank statement, right? So if I make an offer to buy your house and I show you my bank account, that's, from this month, the most recent statement with my name on it, which matches who's on the offer or who owns the entity on that offer. And it shows enough liquidity, right? Enough cash balance to cover the purchase price. That's as strong as it gets, right? I mean, no one just shows up with a case of $100 bills, wrapped in rubber bands, or sends a picture of a stack of cash.
Yeah.
I feel like that's probably happened before.
Oh, yeah.
I think we've seen that in the past, believe it or not. But most of the time, the strongest proof of funds is a bank statement that matches up with whoever's on the offer, right? A recent proof of funds. So a lot of us here, a lot of people watching, we're trying to get to that point, right? Where we have that multiple millions of liquidity in the bank to show our own bank statement. So how do we get around that, right? That's when we can use someone else's bank statement plus a verification letter that basically ties us as the offerer, as the purchaser on the property on the offer contract, to whoever's bank statement that we're presenting. So it's basically saying, hey, look, I'm offering to buy your house, and here's this bank statement from my capital partner. Here's $1 million liquid, and then here's a signed letter from a couple days ago of the owner of that bank statement saying that I have money to fund Alex's transactions with these funds. If you have any questions, give me a call.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. It's that simple. So what that takes, obviously, is a relationship with someone who has cash, right? These are our cash buyers.
Yep.
And a lot of times you can simply get this from them directly because they know they're going to get deals from you.
Yeah.
Right. And especially if you tell them that you're going to give them the first look on any deals that you get under contract, especially the ones that meet their criteria, they're going to be more than willing to give you access to that proof of funds, knowing that they're getting the first right of refusal on their deals.
Yep.
Right. And that's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what is it to share that bank statement and sign a quick letter?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you don't have that bank statement yet, this is really the next step. That's that next layer of legitimacy. Right. And that's really as strong as cash. Right.
And this is when I started, that's how I got started.
Yeah.
Using someone else's bank statement plus verification
Yep.
letter. It was a cash buyer's bank statement.
Same here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So again, guys, if you're having any trouble with proof of funds, like that's really the strongest one. But the next one, this is a very, very common way to get a proof of funds, is simply talk to a lender, right? Talk to a hard money lender. Hard money is generally seen in the real estate industry as cash. It's not as strong as cash, but as long as you have a strong justification and you know how to position your offer like cash, then you're never really going to get any pushback. And it's pretty much seen as cash. So most of the time we'll write cash offers, but we'll close with hard money.
Yeah.
And that's pretty common. And most, some agents will give you a little bit of friction with that. Some agents will give you a little bit of, rebuttal on that. Like, hey, it's not actually cash. But if you can position it as investor funding, which does not have an appraisal contingency, does not have a loan contingency, right? You can position it to close as quickly as cash. And a lot of these lenders will close in a matter of days.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really as good as cash. And so if you guys want to get connected with a legitimate hard money lender, we want to share one of our preferred lenders with you guys today so that you guys can actually get a proof of funds from them. You just have to go through their application process, and you can get a legitimate proof of funds where if you submit it, an agent can call them and they can vouch for you because you've actually gone through their process. So the preferred lender I want to recommend is Kiavi. So you guys might have heard of them, might have not. They're one of the biggest national lenders. We've worked with them. A lot of our students work with them. Some of the biggest investors I know in different parts of the country also work with them. They have very high loan to value. So if you're a very experienced investor, they might lend 90 to 95% of the entire cost of the deal. Sometimes even 100%, depending on the deal itself. So I just shared a link in the chat. Check it out. You guys can get approved very quickly. And at the very least, just see what kind of terms they have, see what kind of loan options they have. So at least you can get an idea, because, wholesaling is an amazing way to generate cash, but you can make a lot more when you buy, fix, and sell properties too.
Yeah. More risk, but you can make a lot more. And, if you're a wholesaler who wants to fix and flip eventually, what we like to say is, hey, you could start wholesaling and then cherry pick the best deals to fix and flip. Cherry pick the best ones that have the highest profit potential, the least amount of risk. So you take those down as fix and flips, and then wholesale the rest, the ones that are too hairy, have red flags on them, whatever it is. But if that's your goal, to also fix and flip eventually, or just go straight to fixing and flipping, you need to develop relationships with hard money lenders. So regardless if you're getting using a bank statement, your own or someone else's bank statement and verification letter, I highly encourage you to start building a relationship with Kiavi immediately, and any other hard money lenders that you know of. So you can start building relationships when that time comes for you to actually borrow $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 to fix and flip a property. You're not just talking to this person for the first time ever saying, hey, I need 500 grand in 2 weeks. They remember you from a month ago, talking about the deal flow that you currently have or that you anticipate on having, and you at least have a relationship with them at this point in time.
Absolutely. So yeah, lots of hard money lenders out there, guys. We just wanted to share one of our favorites, one of the best in the biz. But there's also, right, the instant proof of funds letters. So there are several websites, there are several transactional lenders that do provide this as a service, that you can get an instant proof of funds letter without having to go through a formal loan application. These are legitimate lenders, so they do provide investor funding for double closes usually. And so you can get them instantaneously. They are at the bottom of this list for a reason, because some people are aware of these websites and you might get a little bit of pushback. Typically, they're not going to vet agent calls. If the agent calls the number on these proof of funds, they might get nowhere, right? They might just get a voicemail and not a call back. So the good thing about having a hard money lender, POF, or a bank statement from someone that you know and knows you, is that if an agent does verify the proof of funds, not every agent does, but if an agent's doing due diligence on a buyer, like I do this, if I'm listing properties, I want to make sure that the proof of funds is legit. So they'll call and they'll verify that. So some of these instant proof of funds generator websites don't always do that. So that's kind of just the caveat with those, even though it is easy. And we've wholesale deals with these proof of funds. A lot of our students use this on a regular basis with no problem. So it's just sometimes you could hit a little bit of a snag. So there are definitely some good options.
And it's meant to be like a Band-Aid solution. Don't take this and then say, hey, I'm going to use the instant proof of funds letter for every single deal now, today, and moving forward. Be legitimate, use a hard money lender, use someone else's bank statement, work towards that. But you can absolutely get started today. You want to set an offer on that property in Sacramento we had, use the instant proof of funds letter. Mm-hmm. But work towards getting they're both legitimate, but working with the hard money lender is only going to benefit you. Someone else's bank statement is only going to benefit you even more, because it's going to be unique. Other people aren't using it. No.
Absolutely. Yeah. One of the ones we recommend is doubleclose.com. That's one that's been around for a while. So you guys can simply Google them, check them out. There's a couple other out. There was one that was around for a long time that recently shut down. So we used to recommend them, but we heard that they are no longer around. But Double Close is legit. They're quick.
Yeah, doubleclose.com.
So check them out. Easy to remember. Great domain. So let's just make a very, very important distinction. So we touched on a little bit earlier, but quality offer means it's a written offer, right? And a written offer means it's on a purchase agreement signed by you with all of the terms that we just went over. It's an educated offer, so you know what's in there. And it's submitted to the listing agent, right? Submitted to the listing agent and the seller. So it's not a verbal offer, as you can see this this young person here.
Yeah, he's drinking coffee, he's having a good time, he's talking to real estate agents, making verbal offers, but he's not moving his business forward. He's not putting anything in paper. He's not making anything real. He's not putting his offers in writing. So you can be smiling, you can be thinking you're working hard, you can be drinking your coffee, you can be having talk time, but if you're not making written offers, you're not going to be getting any deals.
Absolutely. So the difference is that a listing agent has a fiduciary duty, meaning they are required to submit written offers to the seller, right? If they withhold any offers, then there can be some legal liability there. So they must present all offers to the seller, unless the seller has instructed them otherwise, right? Which usually isn't the case. The seller wants to see all offers. Like, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So by submitting a written offer to the listing agent, you know that it's getting presented to the seller. And so even if you think it's too low, even if they don't accept it, you're still putting market data in front of that seller. You're telling the seller, hey, this is the feedback that I'm giving you. I would buy your house for this price, right? We don't always want to necessarily please the seller, please the listing agent just by giving them a price that they want. We are submitting our offer that shows this is what we want to pay for it. And we know it's getting presented to the seller. Whereas if you text the agent, say, hey, this is where I'm at, they don't have to send that to the seller. The agent can make their own judgment call, and they are not required to submit that to the seller, right? They might mention it, but they don't actually have to submit it within a certain time frame like they do with written offers. So big difference, right? It's a subtle change in your activities, but it's a huge difference in the results that you're going to get in your business. So again, when it's in writing, it also sends a message to the listing agent that I'm serious about this business. I actually submit written offers, and I'm actually ready to go under contract on this deal. I'm not just flirting with you. I'm not just telling you that I buy houses. Like, I'm actually sending you the contract that's legally binding that gets me under contract to buy this deal, right? So there's a lot of subliminal things that happen here when you send these offers. And now you're also sending an email to the agent, and hopefully you've positioned yourself well. You have a branded domain, you have a professional email signature. You have all of these other things, that we help our students with, position themselves for ultimate success. And now you're in the agent's inbox. So now you're in their contact list, right? Now you have some recognition of your brand in front of that listing agent. So there's a lot of other things that happen when you actually submit a written offer that don't happen when you just talk to them or you send a text message. So a lot of really good things here. Main thing is to get presented. So, a couple of things that might happen when you get your offer submitted. You might hear that, some sellers, some agents say that we do not want any contingencies, right? No contingencies allowed, right? So sometimes they just say this because they want more competitive offers, right? They want a sure thing. They might tell you to do all your due diligence up front, no inspection contingencies. And like, we do see that, right? So there's a few ways to approach it. One, you can certainly insist on having an inspection, right? You can certainly insist on having your inspection period so that, you can actually perform on that deal, right? You don't have to force yourself to be in a position where you can't perform on it. So if your buyers need an inspection, right? If all of your buyers say, I need 5 days to make a decision, which hopefully they can make it a quicker decision, then you really have to offer whatever your buyers can do, right? You're as good as your cash buyers if you're a wholesaler. So you pretty much have to mirror the terms that they can perform on. Alternatively, if you have a close relationship with your buyers, right, we teach some other strategies as well that allow you to go into these deals without contingencies, right? So perhaps your end buyer goes on the contract themselves, and you have an independent consultant agreement that allows you to earn $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 per deal that you source for them, right? That requires a special relationship. So there are a few things that we can do to structure these deals that will allow you to move forward even in non-contingent situations. Another advanced strategy, I've talked to some attorneys about this, but this isn't legal advice, is that if you do submit a non-contingent offer, however, you do not submit your earnest money deposit, that you can still terminate the agreement. The agreement becomes no longer valid once the EMD deadline has passed. So again, this is very contract specific. You want to understand your contract before relying on anything like that. But there are some investors that will make non-contingent offers, lock up that property, and then within the first few days, you can decide if you actually want to close on it, you can wholesale it, or you can terminate the agreement. So again, I'd rather position you guys, not to have to rely on that, but that is certainly a way that you can get into some deals non-contingent. Another thing that we often hear is no blind offers, right? Mm-hmm. This doesn't happen a lot, maybe 2 out of 50, 2 out of 100, but no blind offers simply just means the agent wants you to go see the property in person before making an offer. So let's think about it. How long does it take to go to a property, walk the property, talk to the agent, drive back to your office or your house, write up the offer, do all that? Like, that's probably take a few hours at the very least, right? And if you're working in other states, like you're not going to hop on a flight and go see a property just to make an offer, right? So our way to educate the agent, our way to combat this objection is simply telling them that, we are investors, we buy a lot of houses, right? We're making a lot of offers. This isn't the only house that we're looking at buying, right? Like we really like your listing. We do certainly want to buy it, but this isn't the only house that we're pursuing right now. So, we just submitted, 3 other offers this week. So, we're sophisticated investors. We do this day in, day out. If everything you're telling me, this is why I'm calling you to get all the information. If everything you're telling me is accurate, all the photos that you've uploaded are accurate, and everything you're telling me checks out, then, we're very confident that we can perform on the offer that we're going to be putting in front of you. And ultimately, if it's nowhere in the ballpark of where your seller wants to accept, then it really isn't worth us coming out to the property, right? If we're on different planets, so it's not really worth your time to go out to walk every property just to make an offer, right? It just simply logistically doesn't work like that. However, if your seller would like to accept our offer, if that's the only thing that keeps us from getting our offer accepted, then we'll get eyes and ears on the property, no problem, right? We'll get, like I myself, or we'll have a team member go look at the property. If your seller is good with our offer, except for that, then yeah, that's not a problem. But we want to submit our offer so we can get it in front of you, get it in front of your seller. And if they'd like to accept it, then we'd like to move forward. And that's why we have an inspection contingency. So we can come and see the property and make sure everything checks out, just like any prudent investor does. And, if that's the case, then we'll move forward and we'll all close and make money. So I think they put this out there as a screen, but there's ways that we combat it. And, of course, an agent is going to allow you to submit your offer, and you just have to know how to back it up.
Yeah, exactly. Like Ryan said, he said it perfectly. Sometimes all it takes is just a response of saying, hey, we're offering on multiple properties every single week. We're purchasing properties every single month. We don't have all the time in the world to go out to each and every property. If we're in the same ballpark where, the price point of where we need to be at, then we could go out to the property. If you can guarantee if we're in this ballpark, we can get this property under contract. But 9 times out of 10, all you have to do is have a response saying that you're purchasing properties every single month. And then they're like, okay, like you're good to go. We're in San Diego County. We've done a lot of deals here in San Diego County. It's our goal to never, ever go to the property. That's always our goal. We're always, virtual first, even in our own county, because you're going to save so much time. This is another roadblock or problem for people who want to start wholesaling. They spend 5 hours every single day going to one property, maybe getting an offer out. And I used to do this wrong when I started. I would go out to every single property. I'm like, what the heck am I doing? Then I call the agent and they're like, oh, you're way off on your numbers. So that's where I learned, if I really have to go to the property, talk about the ballpark range I have to be in to make it work. if we're way off, I'm not going to go out there and waste their time. I'm going to ask that agent if they know of any other deals, maybe, more in my price range, or maybe that are more distressed than this property. But the point here is, we do have, it's like if this then that. We know if someone says no contingencies, what to say, no blind offers, what to say. Is it really cash, what to say? And sometimes when you're just armed with knowing what to say or doing this situation, you're going to sometimes, for some people, save hundreds of hours in a month to really spend your time focusing on the most important revenue generating activities, which is going to be submitting these offers and actually closing deals. So that's how important this section is right here.
Absolutely. Yeah. You got to know how to handle some of these objections, like some of these outcomes when you're submitting offers. So that's kind of why we're covering it. So we see this happen, day in, day out. Another thing, when you're using a proof of funds that isn't cash, right? You're never going to get this question if you're submitting a bank statement. But if you have a hard money lender proof of funds or a transactional lender proof of funds, they might ask, is it really cash? Again, the important thing, I already kind of covered it, is that you're not offering with contingencies, which allows your funding to be just like cash, because you don't need an appraisal, you don't need a financing contingency, and your lender can fund within days, right? This isn't a conventional loan that usually takes 30, 45 days to close. You got appraisals, you have very strict qualifications. These lenders don't really care about any of that, right? They lend on the property and they're ready to close in days. So that can very easily be handled. And then, something we might hear quite a bit, your offer's too low, right? An agent might say that, seller might say that, and that's okay, right? They say in sales, your job starts when you get a no, right? So if your offer's too low, then what I like to ask is, okay, well, I hear what you're saying. Where would we need to come in at to make this work today?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you'll allow them to negotiate against themselves. So obviously their asking price isn't going to work. So just ask them, hey, well, then what would work? Right? I'm here, you're there. Like, tell me what can we do to get this thing done today? Right? And then you can also ask, okay, well, if that is way too far off, like, how can I craft my offer? What other terms can I adjust to make this more amenable and agreeable to your seller? Right? Is there anything else that we can do here that can make this work for your seller? I want the property. Your seller obviously wants to sell. So how else can we structure this deal to make this a win-win for everybody? And then at that point, sometimes the question of commissions come up, right? If there's real estate commissions that are being paid out in this transaction, sometimes it's 4%, sometimes it's 6%. So then I always like to observe that and say, hey, is there any help we can get from either side, right? So if the listing agent's representing you, you can see, hey, is this just a matter of a few $1,000s? Is this a matter of $20,000? Like, is there a way to massage these commissions so that, either you can reduce them to make this deal work and get this deal done, and maybe we give you the relist, right? Is there something we can do from the commission side? Maybe I'm an agent submitting this offer and I did factor a commission. Maybe I can waive that altogether, knowing I'm going to make it up on the wholesale or the flip. Maybe there's a way we can reduce those commissions, right? So there's always ways that you can structure the deal, right? And that's when it comes down to being that transaction engineer, that deal engineer, and knowing all the different levers that you can pull to make the deal work for all involved. And so, yeah, I mean, we've been able to lock up deals different creative ways, waiving commissions, partnering with other people coming into the deal to make it work at different numbers. So, you just have to have different ways to know how to structure it. It always helps to bounce ideas off of other investors, people who've been in hundreds of transactions. That's why we love looking at your deals, looking at our students' deals, and really just helping them figure out a way to move forward so they can get the deal done. And finally, we always like to ask at the end of the day, if you're worried about making an offer, or you feel like it's too low, is an offer better than no offer?
Always.
100% of the time. You're going to miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So you'd rather get that offer out there. We already talked about all the benefits, all the ripple effects of submitting an offer, the networking, the brand building, the name recognition, the pipeline that you're building of agents who know you, who can bring deals to you. Like, this is all a byproduct of the MLS offer system, right? And so we always say the fortune's in the follow-up, right? You have to be following up, right? Just because you get an initial no doesn't mean you're not going to win the deal, right? We like to follow up on these deals until they actually sell with a buyer, right? Even if they go pending with another buyer, doesn't mean that buyer's going to close on the property, right? They might have tied it up at too high of a price and they can't find a buyer or they can't close for whatever reason. It falls out of escrow and we get that call.
Yeah.
You know, we get a lot of our deals from agents who accepted another offer because it was higher and they promised them the world and they couldn't perform. And then they come back to us because we followed up, because we checked in with them every few days, every week, and we let them know that, hey, we're interested and we're a serious buyer. And so yeah, really following up is huge, right? We always like to say, remind ourselves, every no is closer to a yes.
Yeah.
Right. Getting no's is fine, right? It's good. It means that you're in the game and you're submitting offers, right? It means you're working the process. So don't be discouraged when you get a no, because 99 no's and one yes is still a yes, right? That's the mindset that you need to have. Getting no's is part of this process.
Yeah.
And if you get 5 no's, and like, don't throw in the towel, right? Because you just have to keep going. You have to keep digging, because a lot of people might give up 3 feet from gold.
Yeah.
But you're usually just so much closer to hitting your goals if you just push through.
Yeah. And some of the best wholesalers in our community too are getting 1 in 13 offers submitted. So I think understanding the expectations, 1 in 13 offers that they submit, they close and are averaging, I think, around $40,000 per deal right now. And for this specific student in my mind, but you have to understand that those are 12 no's or 12 misses to get that 1 yes to then make $500,000 a year in that person's scenario, right? And if you go into this and you say, hey, I submitted 1 offer or 2, even 3 or 4 or 5, and it didn't work, man, this doesn't work. You have the wrong expectations. You're doing this wrong, because even the best, even for us, and over time, it's been 1 in 9 for us, 1 in 9 offers, 1 in 10 offers. We know the majority of the time that offer isn't going to work out. So having that correct expectation, I think, is almost everything.
Mm-hmm.
People, you said giving up 3 feet from gold.
Yeah.
Most people, make 3 phone conversations, never submit an offer, give up, or they submit 3 offers and then they give up. When nationwide, in our experience, it's 10 to 15 offers in order to get 1 wholesale deal from this.
Right.
So I think that's one of the most important things when starting out. Our expectations are off, right? And they say, I think, like sadness or even depression is when our expectations don't meet reality. Mm-hmm. So let's have our expectations be set correctly, and then we're going to be ecstatic. We're going to be able to hit our goals.
Absolutely. Right. So, and each one of those offers, think about it. You're talking to a listing agent, you're starting the conversation. You're telling them that you're a buyer, right? You're telling them that you're a closer in your market and that you're looking for deals. So when you do this, like, think about it, those 13 offers, now you have 13 real estate agents that you've just opened up a new relationship with.
Huge.
You now tell them that you're a buyer in their market, right? Real estate agents make money by working with buyers and sellers, but also buyers, right? So you're a buyer who's serious about buying multiple deals a month that they can make money with, right? So these are all new relationships that can bring you deals. They're out there. Again, we said this before, they're door knocking, they're talking to sellers, they're talking to homeowners, and some of these deals are going to be a great fit for you. And they want to have a short list of investors that they can go to when they come across properties that are great to renovate, that are great investor deals. So this process is also a networking tool, right? Like, this is how you connect with the active agents in your market and actually move upstream in the deal flow in your market, right? There's no other way, right? You have to talk to these agents. You have to, build these conversations, show them that you're serious by sending offers. And then that's how you start getting deals falling on your lap, right? We had Peter in the office the other day talking about how an agent that he submitted an offer with a few months ago just brought him a deal just because he had followed up. She had remembered him, and he spent maybe 2 hours and made $5,000.
Yeah. Right.
Just like that, just from working this process and following up. And, deals just come your way once you do that, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah. If he wasn't in the game, if he wasn't submitting offers, that $5,000 opportunity from 2 hours of work wouldn't have just plopped up in his lap. Like, we like to say you're creating your own luck when you do this too.
Mhm.
Like Ryan said, every offer submitted, it's a conversation tool. It's a networking tool, conversation starter. And it's a reason for them to follow up. I think that agent actually followed up with Peter,
Yeah.
for submitting an offer a while back. It was like,
Mhm.
oh, he's obviously serious. He submitted an offer on a property that I had. That initial deal didn't even work out. But because he submitted a written offer, not a verbal offer,
Mhm.
she can literally go in her inbox, see that and be like, oh, this guy is serious. Let me go talk to him, see if he wants this next deal. And then that next deal worked out. Not the initial one he's working on, the
Yep.
next one that she had. Because she was listing a distressed property 2 months ago. Now, 2 months later, she's listing another distressed property. What do you know?
Mhm.
That's what these agents do. They list distressed property. So it benefits to build that relationship and to have this professional appeal and this professionalism when we work with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And she brought him another deal like last week. So just, yeah, once you
There you
build that
go.
reputation, they just keep coming in. So yeah, one of the principles that can help with this whenever you're talking to agents, especially when you're submitting these offers, is BAMFAM, right? This stands for book a meeting from a meeting. So it's a good sales principle. Whenever you're talking with someone, it's good to have an action item of like, hey, when's a good time to follow up with you on this
Yeah.
property? When is a good time to check in, right? When is the seller reviewing offers? Okay, well, when can I give you a call back? So like just planting that seed and allowing that follow up, right? Getting permission to follow up. Not that you always need permission to follow up, but getting their buy-in of like, hey, when's a good time for me to check in with you? Then that's how you can put it in your calendar. And then guess what? You're going to do what you said you're going to do, because
Yep.
that's how you build goodwill and that's how you build credibility and reliability. So when you fulfill these micro promises that you make to these agents, then that starts to build trust in the agent's eyes. Like, oh, if this is how Alex is treating me and communicating and following up on the front end,
doing what he said he was going to do,
right?
Before we're even in the transaction, how is he going to act in the transaction
Mhm.
when we're dealing with my client's largest piece of real estate that they have, or their biggest financial transaction in their life? These agents have to trust you. So everything up until the point of actually going under contract is, I would say, you are displaying how you're going to operate once that property is under contract. And so, like Ryan said, micro commitments,
Mhm.
these micro things that you do what you say you're going to do. Because you'd be surprised, 99% of people don't do what they say they're going to do. The wholesaler watches one YouTube video, calls a real estate agent, doesn't send a proof of funds with their offer, submits a crazy high price, saying, promising the world they're going to close in 5 days, and they cancel a contract 5 days later. That person put a bad taste in their mouth. So we take the complete opposite approach, finding our cash buyers first, doing what we say we're going to do, following up with them when we say we're going to follow up with them, so that there's no reason whatsoever that they don't think that we're going to close on this transaction, that they don't think that we're not going to perform, that they only think that. And these are the types of little things that can have you get your offer accepted. Even a lot of the times we haven't talked about this, but sometimes there are offers higher than our offer, $5, $10, $15, $20,000, but the agent's going to go with you because they trust you more, because you used a proof of funds from a cash buyer where you had a bank statement and verification letter, versus you used an instant proof of funds letter that they've seen 5 times this week. Like, that can be the difference. They trusted you more. And that's why in that section I said, hey, work your way towards using these higher and better proof of funds. But all of these little things matter. And if you don't think they matter, you're not going to get deals, or you're not going to get consistent deal flow. You may get lucky, but all of this, all these reasons, even Peter, right? This real estate agent reaching out and bringing 2 deals to him. It's because she trusts Peter. She thinks he's going to close on these deals. She looks at him as a serious buyer. So that's what we need to portray if you are serious about this business. And that's how you can actually build a consistent business from this.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, one of the most important questions that you can ever ask a real estate agent, right, that can result in business, like one of the highest ROI questions that is part of this process, is something that you should always ask, right? And that question is, do you have any other deals?
Bingo.
Right. So you're calling about a property that they have listed. You go through our process, you talk to them, you extract all the information, you work that. But then at the end, you can always just ask, hey, well, do you have any other deals that would be a great fit for an investor, like now or coming up in the future? Right. And then a lot of times you'll hear from agents, hey, you know what? Actually, I'm talking to a seller right now who's going to be, ready to sign my listing agreement next week. And it'd be a great opportunity. It needs work. They don't want to do it. They just want out. We want to come take a look at it tomorrow.
Yep.
Like that's happened countless times.
Yep.
Right. And so you never get what you don't ask for. So it's always good to just implant in your mind, always ask that question, because you never know what can come from it. Right. So, it's a simple question, right? Do you have any other deals? And that has resulted in, many deals for us or students. Like, it's just so simple. So just like make sure that that's part of your mindset, your scripts. Like anytime you're talking to agents, like, do you have any other deals? They might have other listings, right? They might have things on the market that maybe you missed or that you weren't seeing, or maybe they just took off the market that didn't sell. And now that seller's even more motivated, right, for a lower offer. So just some ninja tips. I know this might sound simple, but you'd be surprised. Like a lot of people just don't do this. Success is a lot of little things that add up over time.
Yeah. Now picture and imagine every single day, right? You're calling on these active properties that are distressed, that we pulled up, that we've analyzed. You're submitting offers every single day on active properties. And then you're also asking all those agents that you're calling, and it could be 5, 10, 15, 20 agents in a day. Do you have any other deals? You are going to create your own luck. Deals are going to come your way. And we always like to say this works if you work it. If you don't work it, it's not going to work. But I think if you literally do what we say, you can start to think, how the heck do I not get deals from doing this? That's what I think. Like, this is why this works for so long. And this is not something that worked 15 years ago or 3 years ago, or it's only working right now. It's going to work as long as there's real estate agents and there's properties that are for sale on the market. And I foresee that happening for a long, long time. I don't see that changing anytime soon whatsoever, because what we're teaching is how real estate transactions are closed with real estate investors, point blank. Mm-hmm. Simple. This is how it's done. So if you do this, I believe you will have success when done the right way.
Absolutely. Speaking of success, speaking of real estate agents, one of our students, one of our friends, Anthony, he shared a win recently. He went under a contract on a property. He is a licensed agent. And so just by working the system, making offers, he got a property under contract. He has 4 buyers walking the property. And very cool, he structured this deal so that he's going to earn a commission as well as an assignment fee. So double dipping, something that we are an advocate for. So whenever those opportunities come up, another student win, Julius, locked up his very first contract, shortly after joining the program, very first deal. And again, didn't have to cold call, didn't have to door knock, didn't really have to do anything other than work our system here, that we're showing you today. Very stoked. Another win, Ryan, great name. First property under contract. And working hard to get it assigned within the 7-day inspection period. So again, just really textbook. This is what happens if you guys are struggling to get deals under contract. Work this system and you're sure to get contracts. And really then it's about the disposition side of things. So once you get deals under contract, right, now it's about your exit strategy. So we talked wholesaling, right? Figuring out what's your wholesale fee. Once you have a deal under contract, you should know this by now. Is this something that you want to wholesale, right? Is this a good fit for your buyers? Or maybe you'll take a closer look at it and say, hey, shoot, I did get a great deal on this property. Maybe I want to fix and flip it.
Yep.
Right. We have students who do that. They go into a deal, they go into a contract thinking they're going to wholesale it, but they say, shoot, man, like, I don't have anything better to do. I'm just going to flip this myself and make the big bucks. Right. And then they level up, right? They force themselves to grow. And then now they're taking on projects where they can make way more money, right? $50, $100, $200,000 per property, right? Per deal, and do multiple of those. Like that's when things get very exciting. So these are the questions you should be asking yourself when you have a deal under contract. I mean, certainly before too, but definitely when you have it under contract, that's when it's real. And that's when you know exactly what price you have it. Of course, you can always negotiate a better price, but then, you can also look at the cash flow of the property. Is it good a rental, right? Is it good buy and hold, right? Because pretty much every fix and flipper I know, if they kept even just 20% of the properties they flipped, like they'd probably be doing pretty well.
Yep.
So I think most flippers wish they kept a lot of those properties, right? So if you can hold it as a rental, like that could also be a great option, right? Again, but if you're at a phase where you need to accumulate capital, if you're like, hey, I need to just stack that cash, you should definitely wholesale. You should definitely fix and flip. If once you get to that point where you're stacking cash, right, you have a nice nest egg and you're ready to park that money and have it work for you, then that's when you should look at those long-term buy and hold investments. Just like my first property I shared with you earlier, that's how you create generational wealth, right? So you can invest in the same assets that you're working on in your active business, and now you're generating passive income through those same properties that you're working on, right? A lot of synergies there when you do both. So ultimately, when you have multiple exit strategies, you can do both, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can wholesale, you can fix and flip the best, wholesale the rest.
Yep, exactly.
So just like Fernanda, she was working a full-time job. She got some traction. She got her education, and she said, "Hey, I'm going to go all in."
Yep.
And she ended up quitting her job, going full-time, and I think within 2 months, I think in her post here, 2 months, she got 5 contracts assigned and earned $67,500, right, on 5 contracts. And she acquired her very first fix and flip, which she's expecting to make over $100,000 on, right? So, and that's all within 2 months. Pretty amazing. And now she's hiring and leveling up and delegating some of this entire process, right? So yeah, Fernanda's crushing it. She's out there in Florida, so doing multiple exit strategies. And then just like our student Yakir, who closed on his very first rental using this exact system, right? Found it on the MLS, was a hot property, ended up running the numbers through our rental deal calculator, and then ended up closing on it. His intention is to buy it, fix it up, rent it out, and then perhaps sell it in a couple of years, and then 1031 exchange into a bigger property. So again, this is all the stuff that we help strategize on a deal by deal basis in the community on our coaching calls to make sure you're choosing the right exit strategy at the end of the day. Here's a picture of the property acquisition. Actually, pretty good deal. Was pretty rent ready.
Nice and clean.
Yeah, nice clean home. Got a nice price on it. And then there's Stephanie. Stephanie is awesome. We love Stephanie. So she got into her wholesales. She was one of our students who decided to just take it on herself. She saw the opportunity. She got her first deal under contract, and some of her buyers were just dragging their feet. And so she knew just through the education, through the process, through knowing the comps, knowing her numbers, that she had a great deal on her hands. Her buyers were just too slow to move. So she took it down herself, right? We helped her raise some hard money and then some private money as well. So she got into this deal without any of her own money, with $0 of her own, combining hard money and private money, and then fix and flip this property. This was her very first deal. So a couple photos just to kind of show you what it looks like, the before and the after. Stephanie does a fantastic job.
She does beautiful renovations.
Really.
Yeah, I love them.
Stunning renovations. And they just keep getting better and better.
Yeah.
So, a couple just before and afters just to see the transformation. And now she's on her 4th flip now. And she started in like the $400,000 price range. And now she's doing her first $1 million flip.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, you can see some of the quality of the work that she does, just phenomenal. Again, just beautiful work here. She's crushing it. We're just super proud of her, and just excited to continue seeing her win, continue to see her leveling up, and just being a part of her journey at the same time. So again, guys, we just want to thank you for being here. We're going to start to wrap up. This is all about you guys. We want you to take action. We want you to take what you learned today and not only feel good about it, feel like you've learned something, but also implement, right? We want you to get results. We want you to turn this into real deals that can change your life. So we're here to help. We don't just teach, we also do, and we can help you do as well. If you guys want help implementing everything we talked about here today and more, right? We're still still scratching the surface with everything that really it takes to be successful. I think you guys learned a lot today, and I know we found some great deals today. Right?
Yeah,
like
we did.
You can literally go out and wholesale deals really with what we covered today. But if you want our help to really turn this into a true business and consistently do this on a regular basis, feel free to reach out. We're here. You can book a call with our team. Some of the team that you guys saw earlier when we shared our team, you can just simply go to realestateskills.com/apply, and you can book a call with our team. Yeah, we'd love to chat, see, how we can help you guys, see we can learn about your goals, where you're at on your journey. If you're just getting started, or if you're more experienced, we'd love to hear your story and really just learn where you're at and where you want to go, and really support you along the way.
Yeah. And this is, if you're just starting out, if you're a beginner real estate investor, we got you covered. We love working with you. This is we all started at zero. We all started not knowing anything about real estate. So I don't want you to be discouraged or alarmed. We do coaching every single week with our students. And we go over the deal reviews, right? We go over the contracts. We go over any hiccups or roadblocks or obstacles. Any roadblock or obstacle that you have, we've seen it in the last 15 years. And we know how to handle it and to continue moving forward. So our goal here is, whether you're a beginner looking to get started, maybe you have been struggling, you've been trying a lot of different scenarios, a lot of different methods in order to get deals. You're not getting that consistency. Maybe you are a little more advanced, already doing a lot of transactions. You just want to turbocharge that. Or you're a real estate agent like you've seen here. We have real estate agents that are not only earning a commission, but a wholesale fee on top of that, essentially just 2xing their income from the same amount of deals. Then we can absolutely help you do that through our programs and through our coaching, and helping you every step along the way. So like Ryan mentioned, we opened up the calendars for our team. You'd be talking with our top advisors who help people all across the nation to build MLS offer systems in their own market and to begin implementing it. And really the outcome, the goal that we're trying to help you succeed at and get, is to be able to build this profitable wholesaling and flipping business. And so that you can make this active income and then roll those profits into rental properties, just like everything we showed you here today, our students are doing, and that we're currently doing too.
Absolutely, guys. Yeah. So we look forward to connecting with you guys further. Hope you guys had fun today. The fact that you're here means a lot. The fact that you're with us, especially those who have been with us the whole time. It's been a heck of a journey, heck of a session. We just want to recognize and appreciate each and every one of you. So much love goes out to each and every one of you. We do appreciate you guys, even you guys on the replay as well. Let us know how we did. Let us know what you liked. Let us know what you want to see more of. Leave us a comment. We're going to be doing more of these. So, just let us know, give us that feedback so we can always improve and, just help you out no matter where you're at in your journey. We realize if you're on this broadcast, you're committed, you're dedicated. So we want to help you guys no matter where you're at. So, with all that being said, time to get to work. It's all about the knowledge without the action. So let's get to work. Let's make some money. Let's close some deals and let's have some fun.
Happy wholesaling, happy investing, everyone. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you on the next one.
Yep. We'll see you guys. Thanks again.